fourth and final meeting for 2023. It's great to see almost the entire board here. One notable absentee, though, in person is Camira, but there is a very good reason, a very happy reason, why Camira is joining us online. So congratulations, Camira, on Victor's arrival. It's always good news when, and I think there's lovely photos. So congratulations. And I understand that it's Camira's first time with Victor, so she has to duck off because she's got to feed him, or for other reasons, then we do understand. But congratulations, Camira. It's very good news.
Thank you very much to all of you.
Okay, so in terms of other attendees at the meeting, we welcome one of our, well, I think I have to call you a returning member, Angela. Angela Ryan from New Zealand is rejoining the board from January, and it'll be great to have you back, even although that means that, as ever, in December, we have to say farewell to Todd, who stood in at very short notice back in the day when you had to step down. We will also, I think, be joined by Yakuba Traore from Burkina Faso at some stage, although I think there are various challenges that he's having to work with at the moment. But Yakuba, when you join us, welcome. Also, Ross, I think we also wanted to just note that today is International Volunteers Day, and of course, IPSASB entirely depends on all your support and the TAs and the observers. So thank you again for all the work and effort that you put in. We really couldn't do it without you. So I think just give everybody a round of applause for that. So with that, I think we then move to the minutes of the September meeting, and just to check whether there were any final comments on those. Not seeing any flags raised, so I think we take those as approved. And also we have the minutes from the October virtual check-in meeting. Again, any comments on those? Okay, that's good. So we take those as approved. And then PAG update. Although I wasn't here yesterday, I did listen in, Fabienne, and I thought it went very well. So congratulations on your first day.
Thank you, Jan. So some quick notes from the CAG meeting yesterday. I think it's fair to say that we had a very fruitful meeting, starting with our implementation issues session and an insightful presentation from Cameroon and their journey to accruals. A focus of that presentation really was about challenges in applying IPSAS 33, which relates well and timely with the IPSASB project on the revision of the IPSAS 33, led by Abdullah and David. For our technical sessions, we commented on the presentation of financial statements project, and more specifically on the merits and limits of allowing some sort of flexibility in the presentation of financial statements to reflect how financial statements may be influenced by other reports used in communicating for public finance management purposes. We also shared comments on the natural resources project on whether a separate standard would be appropriate. And we shared advice on whether a conceptual or practical approach should be prioritized when deciding on the introduction of the current operational value measurement basis in individual IPSASs, following the publication of the measurement standard earlier in May. And last but not least, we had a session on sustainability reporting, where we heard about the state of play in various jurisdictions. That's it from the CAC for now. A bit of a teaser before I provide further elements in the course of the IPSASB's discussions on these topics. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabienne. Yes, and as you say, we'll get you to feedback in more detail as we go into each of those items. But I think in terms of the discussions, very timely and very helpful in terms of our deliberations this week. So then we won't be having an IPSAS update, despite what it says on the agenda. We take the IPSAS IFRS alignment dashboard and the GFS alignment dashboard as read, although obviously in terms of the IPSAS IFRS dashboard, we need to note the fact that IPSAS 49 has been published since we last met, and that's very good news that a significant gap in our literature has been filled. So thank you very much to the task force and to David as the chair of that for all the hard work that went into that. And then lastly, we have the report on activities and communication. Again, thank you very much to everybody for the hard work that's gone into that. It's, you know, I think it's always very impressive when you read down there the extent of the outreach that's been done. Ross, I think, will pick up on the additional activity that's been going on in terms of the roundtables around the strategy. And that's obviously significant there. And it's certainly been great to see the number of members and TAs involved in that. I think personally, I went to Manila in October, and you know, I think the fact that we had both Lucy and Noyati there actually, you know, was a great you know, addition to that event. And thank you very much to Helen Hall from ADB for partnering with us on that, and the great support that you gave us in terms of running that event. And you know, it's certainly great to have you on the CAG as well. I think with that, that's probably all that needs to be said on the opening items. So Ross, I'll hand over to you for the Programme and Technical Director's report.
Thanks, Ian. They're already up there. Great. So it'll be a pretty short opening update on the Program Technical Director's report. Lots in the report to update on, but nothing really to make decisions on. I'd propose that later in the week, we have a fairly detailed discussion of the work program based on progress at this meeting. So that's the main item I'm asking for the board to agree on. But there are a few points of information in that report I want to make sure people have picked up on. So firstly, looking at what we intended to use the February 15th, 2024 check-in meeting for, primarily for sustainability, and looking at the first quarter and what we have planned in terms of SRG, topic working groups, and the time we had, we didn't think we would appropriately utilize that check-in meeting. So from a staff perspective, we recommend that we cancel that and give members the time back. And the last point I wanted to highlight that Ian already mentioned, it says not remaining, but it's supposed to be note, that's my spelling error, that we do have two major roundtables still to deliver. We've had one in Latin America that we partnered with Focal. We had the one Ian mentioned in Manila that was hosted by the ADB. We had one just last week in Brussels for Europe. And we also had one in the Middle East in Abu Dhabi, and very happy to have significant support from members and TAs at all of the roundtables. It really makes a difference when the members and volunteers from the region are in the room talking with the community in the region about the issues. I've been at 3 of those, and other staff have been across different events, and it's really interesting to go region to region and hear the different regional perspectives on what we're proposing in the strategy and our thoughts and thinking on sustainability. So we've really started to get some great data on that we'll be able to bring back for the board. from each of those events that we'll consider alongside the formal comment letters we'll be receiving. So the board will start to get a sense of that in March, and for a substantive discussion looking to start to approve the next strategy next June. We've got 2 more roundtables planned for Africa. That's the final point on the slide here. We've got one at the end of January that'll be in Nairobi, and we have one in the planning for February in Algiers, and that one will be targeted for the Francophone African community, and will be most of that event will be in French. So there will be some translation, so it's not completely Francophone, but our intention is to try and deliver as much of the material in French, have as much as the dialogue in French. And as we heard from the Cameroonian presentation yesterday, there's a lot happening in Francophone Africa that's been a bit of a blind spot for us. So this is a real opportunity for us to engage with that community and hear about what's happening there, better understand what's happening there. So for those of you who French is your native language or you're comfortable in French, please speak to staff this week if this is something you think you can fit into your schedule. So we really would like to get the support of the French-speaking volunteers to the extent we can. No pressure, just an ask. So with that, I think all I'm looking for here is for everyone to agree that we're going to have an in-depth review of the work program on Friday based on where we get to. Thank you.
Thanks, Ross. And just to underline once again, I think thank you very much to all board members who've actually taken the time or will take the time to participate in those events. I think, you know, it is extremely important that our constituents see that they have members in the different regions, and that they feel that, you know, you are people that they can talk to. I think there's always a tendency to, you know, to want the chair at your event, but I think it is really important that they see us as a board and as a team. And so thank you everyone for, you know, making the time to participate. I think, you know, that's great. Okay, so we now move on to the first substantive item on the agenda, and just take a minute for Edwin to come forward, and then we'll start on natural resources. Welcome, Edwin.
Okay, thank you, Ian. So we have a lot to go through today for natural resources. Hopefully I can get through all of the 8 papers here. Before we get to the papers though, I guess I'll start off by asking if Renee has any question or any comments as task force chair.
Yes, no specific comments other than thanking the task force members and yourself, Edwin, for the very focused and productive time that we spent together over those, was it 2 meetings? 2 meetings. So really looking forward to comments today and taking it to the next step. Thank you.
Okay, so before I get to the actual papers, I thought it'll be good to have I guess a refresher on where we are with the project. So as you all know, we last discussed this in September, and we had a bunch of questions and comments about where the exposure draft should go and how essentially the recognition measurement should go forward. So right now we have proposed essentially revised recognition criteria and also revised measurement principles as well in the ED. At this stage, we're looking to review the authoritative text at this meeting and hopefully get through the basis for conclusions if we have time. And then the plan is for March to go through the implementation guidance and the illustrative examples. And also if the members are satisfied with the ED at that point to vote on the approval of the ED. And then after that, we will aim to issue the final exposure draft sometime in Q2 of next year. Okay.
And obviously, we've got the other two items coming up later on in the agenda in terms of the IFRS 6 and IFRIC 20 alignment EDs.
Okay, so the first technical paper is on the revised recognition criteria. So back in September, we were asked to think about the discussion on recognition in the CP and think about what the recognition discussion was in the conceptual framework and move away from the prior proposals, which were based on essentially intangible assets. So what the task force did is we looked to the existing tangible asset standards in IPSASB. So inventory, PP&E, investment properties, and biological assets. And we saw that they essentially shared the same recognition criteria, which are, it's the there's probable future economic benefits and service potential flowing to the entity. And also there's the ability to reliably measure the item. So that was in all of those standards, except we also noted that in agriculture, there's a third explicit criterion, which is the entity controls the item as a result of past events. So the task force discussed whether that should be included in the natural resources recognition criteria as well. And we noted that back at the CP stage, there was a lot of discussion about how control of natural resources is actually a very complex area. It's not as clear cut as PP&E or inventory, etc. So we've decided, okay, well, that makes sense to add it in. And we also thought the reason why it was in agriculture was because sometimes due to the biological nature of those items, you might get new assets or there might be some sort of growth that may change whether the entity controls the item or not. And that also applies to living resources. So based on those two reasons, the task force agreed that yes, there should be a third criteria for recognition. So based on that, the task force is recommending that natural resources are recognized if it meets the three criteria on the slide. So depending on whether there's control of the item as a result of past events, depends on whether there's probable future economic benefits or service potential flowing to the entity, and whether the entity has the ability to reliably measure the item. Okay, so I'll stop there for comments.
Thanks, Edwin. Very clear introduction. Take any comments from members at this stage. Is there anybody from the task force that wishes to come in on that at all? Okay, so Mary, lead us off.
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate the great effort of the task force and the staffs. And I'm in confusion about the wording of the natural resource asset and natural resources. And these two words coexist in the statement. And so the firstly, we have to recognize the resource, such as service potential and economic benefits. And then we have to recognize the major assets in the past event and so control. And so I'm so confusing about it. It's a very basic question. I'm so sorry.
Thanks, Mary. Edwin, do you want to go back on Mary's point?
Yeah, so essentially the way we looked at it was almost like a step approach. So you could have a naturally occurring item, and then we would have to consider if that's a resource. So whether there's future economic benefits or service potential. And then if you can actually control that, then that's an asset. So then you have to consider whether you can recognize that asset. And most likely that will depend on whether you can measure it reliably. So that's why it's kind of the recognition criteria kind of goes through all three of those steps, because for it to go onto the balance sheet, you have to satisfy all of them. There could be situations where you meet the definition of an asset, but you can't measure it, and we have proposed different accounting for those items. So essentially for those, if they are natural resource assets, but you can't recognize them, so it'll just be disclosed in the notes.
Come on.
Thank you. Thank you. However, my confusion is about the effects on the presentation of the financial statements. And so because the public sector entity has so great influence on the restrictions on the conservation of the natural resources. And so later part of the document, you mentioned about the broader financial statements. I made a mistake. Broader
Financial reports.
financial reports.
Yeah.
So I'm in confusion in that point. Thank you.
I mean, that's where the flow chart comes in. I don't know if you got that in the slide.
Yeah, so at the very end, we have a flow chart that was in the AGs and the ED. So that'll walk through where things go in terms of if something is a resource but not an asset. So we can address that question then if you want.
I mean, I think the other point to note is the fact that it is the thought process is consistent with the conceptual framework in terms of the way that the ideas are developed in the framework. But I think you're right, Edwin, if we can have a look at the flow chart, and hopefully then that will help. And I think the question then is, having had a look at the flow chart, is there additional guidance that would then help? Because I think if you're having those challenges, inevitably then constituents will have those. So if we have a look, and when we've got to that point, come back and just we'll ask you the question at that stage as to whether that helps. Mike.
So thank you, Chair. And as I got Mary's comment, I think this flow chart is very important, and I want to come back to that flow chart in the AG because I think there are some inconsistencies, because in the flow chart there's mixed up scope and definition, so that leads you to the wrong impression if you, under the headline scope, you decide natural resources. No, but then you coming to the path where it's becoming, for example, an immaterial item. And so my recommendation would be, let's say, to expand that flow chart, so that flow chart clearly reflects the structure of the standard. So with two boxes, one for the scope, the first, and the second one for the definition of natural resources. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Andrew.
Thanks. Agree with the proposed recognition criteria. I think it's just the 2 points. One is just the phrasing on how we got it. The analysis we've currently got here, and also in the BC, it speaks to, we've looked at PPE, we've looked at biological assets, which are all under the old framework. And if you read this recognition criteria, because it's particularly got, probable future economic benefits, that's old framework criteria. So I think if we can just in the BCs just explain, it is new framework, this is how we've got there, this is why we've got probable, just that it's clear to people we have considered the new framework and not the old ones. And then just in terms of control, so part A, I agree with adding in control. I think we had a lot of good guidance and discussions in the CP around control, and it would just be useful, I think, to pull some of that into the AGs or illustrative examples that we do when we get there. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. So I think that goes with the sort of comments that Mike made, and probably also Mari's, in terms of we need to make sure that we tighten this up and we've got all the updates. Ross?
Yeah, just to say, strongly support Andrew's point on that. I think it needs to be from the point of view of what our framework says now. It's helpful that it's consistent with the current guidance, but I would say that's a second order issue, because when you read those criteria, that's exactly what the framework says. And I think that should be the position on what we're putting in a new standard.
Thanks, Ross. Lucy?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Edwin, for the presentation. And I agree with the task force recommendation to revise the recognition criteria for natural resources. And I also concur in the task force analysis that unlike the relatively straightforward that determination of controls in PPE, investment property, inventories, it is more complex to identify the controls on natural resources. So given the complexity involved in evaluating the recognition criteria for natural resources, I think to assist users in their assessment effectively, I recommend that perhaps we can specify some examples in the AG, indicators or instances where that would illustrate when the entity controls the natural resources as a result of past events, and it is also and when it is probable that future economic benefits or service potential will flow to the entity. While acknowledging that this might also hinge on the nature and the objective of the entity, I think providing such guidelines or guidance will aid potential users on their respective assessment. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. And I think that is consistent with the point that Andrew is making, that actually we've got a lot of that, we've got some useful material in the CP, and we should pull that forward in a way that helps constituents with what undoubtedly, control is a significant issue. So given that we explored that well in the CP, I think we can draw on that. So I think that's a clear instruction. Fabienne.
Thank you, Jan. I thought I would bring in at that point some concerns the CAG mentioned yesterday around the ability to reliably measure certain natural resources and whether the costs of valuing natural resources could exceed potential benefits. So that's on the practical side. That's what the discussions was. Part of the discussion was about yesterday. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabienne. Edwin, anything you want to add?
We have a measurement paper coming.
Okay, so we'll pick that one up in measurement. Dula.
Thank you, Chair. And I thought the paper was very nicely articulated. Thank you, Edwin. Thanks for the task force team, because I didn't have.
Please talk into the microphone.
Yeah. Well, I thank the task force team. Is that why you asked me to get closer, Edwin? No, but seriously, it was a very nice paper, because all the confusion, or sort of the confusion that I had in September, pretty much clarified. Just one point for clarification in the recognition, in the criteria recognition, is it sequential? So first, do you go with control? If you don't have control, then you don't have to go to see if there are future benefits or service potential, and you bother yourself with measurements. That is my question. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdullah.
I wouldn't say it's sequential, but you do need all three. So if you fail one of the criteria, you don't have to go to the other two.
Again, it probably comes back to which one is actually the one that you're going to have most challenges with, and it may well be control. Noyati.
Morning, Chair. Thank you. I just want to highlight just as I think small details about the recognition criteria sequence between IPSAS 27 and this para, whereby in under IPSAS 27 the control is in first line, but in this EDNR the control is second. Is there any significance between that two? Or just thank you.
There was no intentional significance, but I mean, I can flip it so it's consistent with IPSAS 27.
I mean, I guess it depends on what's the order in the conceptual framework, because I would say, we do have this issue that we've got some standards that are older, and if you like, if we've updated the framework, then I think it should probably follow the order in the framework. Yeah. Scott.
Yeah, I want to kind of follow Abdullah's comment, because when you responded, it's all three equally, but if it's not controlled, then you have nothing to measure. So I think measure is always last, and reliability in that comment. And I think that's where you were going. So, and I think that ties in with the flow chart says. So I think there is some order in there, and it comes back to your comment on cost benefit. We don't want to worry about trying to figure out how to measure something when they don't know whether to control it yet. So just an observation.
Thanks, Scott. Yes, I think that's helpful to recall. And I mean, obviously the flow chart actually does kind of bring all of this thinking together. Renee, and then I'll move on, because I think we're largely in agreement.
Yes, thank you. I want to build on that discussion, building on what Scott said. So probable benefits or service potential and control are part of the definition of an asset. but reliably measurable, that's not in a definition, that's a recognition criteria. And I've been reflecting on that, following Mike's comment about clarifying the flow chart. So it is a recognition criteria, but it's not part of the asset definition. So personally, I think I would want to explore how we can better clarify that.
Thanks, Renee. Ross, you want to come in?
Yeah, just to state along your lines, Renee. So the recognition criteria in the framework are an item satisfies the definition of an element. So that in this case, the asset definition, which requires a resource that you control, flow of future economic benefits or service potential. And then it says, and can be measured in a way that achieves the QCs and takes into account constraints and information GPFRs. So I think that's not inconsistent with how you have it on the slide, but let's just check to make sure that's clear in the guidance.
Okay. So wrapping up then, I see that I think members are content that we bring control in, but I think there have been a number of comments which are to the effect that we need to make sure that we tighten this up in terms of consistency with the new conceptual framework, and then also comments in terms of application guidance, because clearly there are a number of issues here, and that's where we can go back and have a look at what was in the consultation paper, where there is useful material. So if we can pull that forward as relevant, that would be helpful. Good. Okay, so we move on to the next paper.
The next paper is on natural resources held for conservation. Now, back in September, if members recall, we had a discussion about whether recognized natural resource assets fell into the scope of existing IPSASB. And if everything already fell into the scope of existing IPSASB, then maybe there's no need for a separate standard. Well, other members brought up that they weren't comfortable that assets that were held for conservation fell into existing IPSASB as they stand now, especially PP&E. And so the task force took this issue away and thought about, well, does it make sense for assets held for conservation to be part of PP&E, or is it something else that's not covered? So we looked at what conservation actually means, and the generally agreed upon definition was essentially you're holding something to avoid using it. And most of the all the task force members agreed that this is different than the definition of PP&E, where you're saying you're holding an item, you use it in the supply of or production of goods or supply of services. So because of that, with the term or the task force has concluded that natural resources held for conservation are not the same as PP&E, and then it is separate. And we were thinking, well, how would you recognize these resources? And the task force came to a conclusion that there is really nothing special about these resources. I mean, the way that we are coming up to whether these are resources is the fact that if you're conserving these items, it could lead to service potential in that it could help the entity achieve its objectives. So for example, if you have an entity whose objective is to regulate the environment, then conserving a forest would help you achieve that objective, and therefore it would lead to service potential. So based on that, the task force thought, well, if we were to subject these items to the same recognition criteria that we've proposed in the first paper, then that wouldn't make sense, and it would lead to recognition that is in line with the conceptual framework. So the recommendations from this paper is that firstly, a natural resource held for conservation could be a resource, and if you meet all the recognition criteria, it could be an asset. And there is nothing different about these natural resources, and that we can apply the same recognition criteria from the first paper when determining whether something should be recognized.
Thanks, Edwin. So open up for comments from members. So Andrew, I think you were first and as a member of the task force, and then Claudia, and then Todd.
I think perhaps just to clarify, I don't disagree we can recognize a natural resource held for conservation as an asset, which my reading of the paper, that was the question that was asked, not necessarily if it's PPE or not, and I guess I have a slightly different view of whether it falls within PPE. I do think it falls in PPE, and I think, as we go through the rest, we may just need to consider scoping out from PPE and how that works because of the current definition. So I just wanted to flag that. So I don't disagree with the conclusion here that it is an asset, but I think just that, is it PPE, that scoping issue we just need to think about, and I just want to flag that. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. So we note that. Claudia, and then Todd.
Thank you. When I've read the documents regarding all of these resources held for this new category, I would call them, it's first we should make clear that we hold them for operational capacity, because one of the criteria are future economic benefits or social potential associated with the asset will flow to the entity. And when I hear we're holding them for not using it, it seems probably if it's really clear that we use it for operational capacity or not. Furthermore, what I didn't understand is what is the unit of account? If it's the forest, if it's a certain tree, how we distinguish what is the asset? Is this a bundle of objects? And that should we make clear what we mean by this natural resource new category.
Thanks, Claudia. Edwin, do you want to just come back on that?
We did think about unit of account, and I think we were proposing to have either an IG or an IE talking about, whether it is the forest or the individual tree. I think in this case, it's most likely going to be the forest, just based on how you would account for it. But I don't think we would have any principles in the core text focusing on unit of account. I think that's too much dependent on the individual asset. So I don't know if you're proposing that we move stuff from the IG or add stuff to the AGs, but right now we are planning to have some sort of implementation guidance on unit of account. So I don't know if that would address your question.
Claudia?
I have to check, but I think it's quite important that we have it already in the core text to make clear what is the asset or which kind of category of asset it is. Because when you're just reading it, I'm not clear if you're only talking about at least forests, or if you're only if you could have only a shape of the whole mountains, keep not using it. From how it's drafted, it would be that we call the mountains of Switzerland as a natural resource.
Thanks, Claudia. I think that does show that this is actually a very important area. So therefore, what that does militate towards is that it should be AG, but that might be supported by an implementation guidance as well. So I think if we can ask the task force to consider that, I think that would be helpful, because it clearly is a both a conceptual and a practical issue. Todd, then Lynn, then Patricia, then Scott.
Thanks, Ian. In terms of the question that has been asked here, I certainly agree that assets that are held for conservation should be, to the extent that they meet all the criteria, be recognised, etc. I do struggle a bit, though, with this idea that we are creating natural resources held for conservation. If I think of my own jurisdiction, for the last 30 years, we've been recognising national parks as property, plant and equipment. Sits on the balance sheet. Billions of dollars worth of national parks are sitting on the balance sheet already. So I start reading this and I'm a bit confused as to whether they now sort of sit in this held for conservation versus where they are, because it seems to make a lot of sense to me that they sit where they are. So I heard Andrew's point in terms of, thinking a lot of this could actually be sitting in PP&E, and I'm concerned that by creating this category, we're going to create some confusion out there, because right now there are countries in the world that are recognizing these things under PP&E. How are we going to actually start distinguishing quite clearly what sits in PP&E versus what doesn't? So
I think you're getting into the discussion later on there, Todd. I think the question, the recommendation here is around conservation or assets held for conservation purposes, because that was really, if you like, a part that was missing from our discussions in September.
And that's why I said I agree with.
No. Thank you. I just want to kind of focus on this before we get to that next discussion. Ross, I just wanted to come in before I go to Lynn.
Yeah, not to prolong the debate, but when we get to that, I think we do need to consider this point is I wouldn't consider national parks being held for conservation. They have an operational use providing services today. It's not about their conservation in the way we've defined it for the future, in my view, but a debate to continue.
So I think we do have a definitional issue, if you like, and that goes to Andrew's point, I think, as well. So Lynn, then Patricia, then Scott, then Lucy.
So I guess I'm building on what Andrew and Todd have said to a degree, which is I just wanted to check when we are going to have the discussion, which paper on that, but just bear with me for a second on it. I guess so I don't disagree with what's in here, but I was confused about separate class of asset within PPE or outside of PPE, and building on that, a check in my mind about heritage assets held for conservation, where we have absolutely firmly put those into PP&E. So I just think at some point in time we need to just square off where we land on this to make sure there is consistency.
Yeah, I mean, we will discuss heritage later on in the item. That does come up. So Patricia, and then Scott, and then Lucy.
Thank you. I agree with you, Ross, that the main characteristics, the natural resource held for conservation is not used in this moment. But about the objective, I think in the future, the natural resource can be used for potential service or economic benefits. Then the paper sometimes said about the use of natural resource held for conservation for economic benefits, and sometimes only for potential service. I think we should consider the two possibilities. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Patricia. Scott, then Lucy.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to pick on a word you said, Ian, which is definition. I think I like the guidance in here. I like creating the category held for conservation. We've never defined it. Okay, so not only does the word go, we have never defined it. I knew I was going to bring that up to you. So I think that's part of the problem here. I can see a lot of people. I think what it does, which is very good, is raise to the issue about governments have never thought about it. So giving it a title then raises it up for governments to be able to thought. They're more thinking about natural forests, parks, as opposed to what they're holding aside. So I would encourage us at least in AG to get somewhere in a definition.
Thanks, Scott. Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. I also agree with the recommendation, and I think that the recognition criteria that I proposed in item 3.2.1 also applies, encompass the natural resources held for conservation. And I would like to reiterate that there might be a need for us to include in the AG how these natural resources held for conservation are controlled, and whether these flows service potential and economic benefits will flow to the entity. And it might be it might be possible for us to include in paragraph 5 of the draft IPSAS the definition of natural resources for conservation, because right now we define natural resources, class of natural resources, only the class of natural resources in the definition. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. So I think members have supported the staff recommendation on natural resources held for conservation as written. Though I think to the points raised by a number of members, there is a need for whether it's a definition or perhaps a description of what held for conservation actually would be, because I think the point that was raised in terms of natural parks actually, national parks actually, you know, that will be something that needs to be thought about in terms of what those are and how they might be treated. Okay, so with that, then we move on to the next item.
Thanks, Ian. So the next item is on measurement. And this is measurement in general. It's not just for assets held for conservation, but the task force was looking at this and looking to other tangible assets. And essentially, we've come to the view that in terms of initial measurement, it should be the same as any other tangible asset. So, and what that means is essentially if you have obtained control of a natural resource in a non-exchange transaction, you should measure it at deemed cost. And most of the time, well, if you were to follow IPSAS 46, that would mean current value for a non-exchange transaction. If you have obtained control of the item in an exchange transaction, then that would mean you measure it initially at transaction price. Now, the task force noted that in most cases, this transaction price is probably going to be the same as current value if it's a true exchange transaction. So essentially what that means is you would always keep initially recognizing it at current value. In terms of subsequent measurement, this is where essentially the standard branches off. So if you recall from September, there are natural resources that do fall within the existing suite of IPSAS standards. So there could be natural resources that are being used as inventory or PP&E, et cetera. And for these items, the task force is recommending that we signpost to the subsequent measurement and subsequent accounting of these items. Whereas for natural resources held for conservation, because we've determined that this is separate from existing IPSAS, we are proposing specific guidance on the subsequent measurement of these items. So the task force has come to the view that the most relevant measure for subsequent measurement of natural resources held for conservation is current value, because that allows constituents or users of the statements to essentially gauge how the entity is doing in conserving these resources. So we're proposing that that these items are not depreciated and that instead they're reviewed annually for impairment. Now, in terms of the remeasurement of these items, there was two separate views at the task force. The majority view is that they should go through a revaluation reserve in net assets equity. But there was an alternative view where these revaluations would go through the surplus and deficit. And I'll just explain each of these. So for the majority view, the task force came to that conclusion that it should be in equity because for a few reasons. So the first one,
I wonder,
oh, sorry.
Edwin, whether we can split this in two, because I'd rather have the discussion about the measurement and then what we do with gains separately. When we just discuss firstly the proposals on initial and subsequent measurement. So were there any comments on those recommendations from the task force? Mike, you were first.
So
Then Todd.
Chair, and thank you, Edwin, for that agenda item paper, which really in detail describes what to do on the initial measurement. And but nonetheless, I wonder if I see here initial measurement is consistent with other intangible assets. The one who is not in the task force might question why don't we signpost already for the initial measurement to the other standards, and therefore I would propose that we will add 1 or 2 paragraphs in the basis for conclusions, because in the BC at the moment they're really silent on the initial measurement. So it's around, I think, paragraph 16 or somewhere like that.
Thanks, Mike. Yes, I think where we've got that guidance elsewhere, then we should cross-reference and explain in basis as you suggest. So if we have that as an action. Todd, then Claudia.
Thanks, Ian. And I think my point's very similar to Mike's. I agree on the initial measurement, but it's why we are requiring an entity that's got a natural resource that meets the definition of inventory to actually be in the standard and then jump. If you've got a natural resource that's inventory, go and apply the inventory standard. If you've got a natural resource that's PP&E, apply that standard for initial and subsequent. So I think it doesn't make sense to me to be in one and then jump to another standard. So I probably set it up as, you've got a natural resource. If it meets the definition of PP&E, use that standard, etc. And then for these other natural resources, have the recognition and measurement and disclosures, etc., sitting in the standard. And that makes a lot more logical sense, because there's no confusion about you've got something, there's a standard that you need to apply to it until there's a change in use or whatever, and you then are in another standard. So, yeah, I think that was consistent with what you were saying, Mike.
Thanks, Todd. And obviously, we're going to get into the location next item, but I think that makes a lot of sense in terms of being very clear about the signposting and what that means in terms of the guidance. Claudia.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, maybe we should review what it's in the ED actual and the scope draft. Didn't scope out any of the inventories, and then we have the same situation like Todd and Mike explained, in which standard they have to follow. So, and the second remark is regarding the subsequent measurement. We are talking about this natural resources held for conservation. Sorry. And I'm wondering, what is the difference between a heritage asset like the pyramids or natural park? They have a different subsequent measurement. Probably they should have the same. So I'm wondering why we have another idea of measuring the subsequently these kind of natural resources. That's not clear for me so far.
Thanks. Edwin, I don't know if you want to say anything on that at the moment, but I think this goes to Lynn's point from the previous, that I think there is an instruction that we do need to have a look at consistency between heritage and conservation assets. Okay. Tricia, then Lucy.
Thank you. I have discussed this point with Edwin, but I think in the draft, we present the paper presented the criteria to subsequent measurement before the reclassification. I think this natural resource, IPSAS about natural resource, is about naturally occurring. If I decide to modify or to use for other proposed, I have another kind of assets. I think it's necessary to clarify in this paper, and similar to IPSAS 43, that they say, oh, the lease is contract in some moment can classify as a, yeah, but I think it's important to indicate the reclassification of the assets. Yeah, thank you. And and consequently, the paper is about the subsequent measurement for natural occurring without not additional expenditures, but subsequent expenditures. I think it's important to indicate here. Thank you.
Edwin, I don't know if you want to come back on not having had that conversation.
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing is the signposting to other standards should happen earlier. Because right now it's almost like we think about initial recognition and measurement, and then in a second step, then we go to separate standards. And I think what I'm hearing is we should already think about going to separate standards first. And then whatever's left that's still naturally occurring, then we think about initial recognition, measurement, and subsequent measurement. I think that's what members are pointing to. In terms of scope out, I just want to point out that we originally suggested scoping items out back in either March or June. And that was essentially members did not like that approach. So that's why everything starts off being in the standard now. And like if we want to reopen that and change our approach, I think we would need to consider scoping out items again.
Well, can we come back to that? Because I think that gets us ahead of the discussion that we're going to have under the next item. So I'd rather that we come back and have that discussion later on how we actually do that, if we're going to do that. I think, though, I'm certainly hearing that whilst members are supportive of what's said on initial measurement, there's still some concerns around subsequent measurement, and that particularly is in the context of heritage. But probably we're going to have to come back on that. Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the task force recommendation that natural resources be initially measured at din cost or current value if it is obtained through non-exchange transaction. However, to further determine if current value is the most appropriate basis of measurement, I think there might be a need for a guidance on the assessment to be conducted by the entity before as to the intention of the public sector for acquiring such natural resources prior to its initial recognition. Because I think when we establish the intention for the acquisition of its natural resource, this will enable the users to determine the appropriate measurement basis and will provide also consistency on the initial and subsequent measurement. As to the subsequent measurement, I agree with the observation noted in paragraph 14 for using the revaluation reserves. But unless the proposed alternative view can resolve these issues, I think it is my opinion that it is appropriate to recognize subsequent changes in value directly in the revaluation reserve. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. I mean, I think at this stage I'd rather defer the discussion around what we do with gains and losses, because I think that really comes back into what the proposals are on subsequent measurement, and I think we need to have the discussion around the next paper before we look at that. So I suggest I think we're content with initial measurement. Note that there are. If we proceed with two standards or with a separate standard, that actually there are concerns about how this referencing is done, whether we come back to that scope out point and so on. I think you're right to point the board towards the fact that it did look at that and reject that approach, but so I think we need to have the discussion under the next item first. Renee.
Yes, I just want to summarize also my understanding. So this is on subsequent measurement. I heard a very useful conversation. The proposal currently goes straight into a revalued amount that has to be revalued on an annual basis. I'm not sure that this should be like, I think it's inconsistent back to Claudia's point with some of the subsequent measurement guidance and the other asset standards. So I think we should further refine our thinking on that. So deem cost and current value on initial recognition, absolutely, when it makes sense. And then after that, I'm just worried on the burden that we're imposing on preparers to have to constantly, annually revalue and review. I think they should review for impairment, as the standard is suggesting, but the subsequent measurement could be either a cost model or a current value model, right? So here it seems we conclude on current value very quickly.
Thanks, Renee. Yeah, I think we have to be consistent with our other guidance unless we see a need to depart. So I think on subsequent measurement, I think we do need to come back to that based on that further reconsideration that you propose there, Renee. And I propose that we defer the consideration of gains and losses until we've actually done that further reconsideration. Over to you, Adrienne, then I'm going to move us on.
Well, probably the discussion on subsequent measurement has very close links to the discussion that was introduced between heritage assets and natural resources held for conservation. And it also takes back to the definition of what is a natural resource held for conservation. When I consider heritage assets, be them cultural, scientific, whatever, I think of heavily tangible assets. And when I think of natural resources held for conservation, and namely when we talk of natural parks or similar natural resources, there is a part of intangibility in this set. For instance, and this is probably for me the reason for which subsequent measurement requires an annual review for impairments. Let's take the example of a natural park or a forest held for conservation, for the enjoyment of future generations. It's tangible, of course, but what makes it important as an asset in view of the service potential expected for the enjoyment of future generation is that possibly people may enjoy walking through the forest or enjoying the scenery or whatever attached to that very specific asset. Now, after a great storm, the asset could remain, the tangible asset could remain, but the intangible capacity of the asset would not. So for me, this makes a very, very substantial difference with heritage assets as we see them and as we account for them and measure them in the specific provisions for heritage assets.
Thanks, Xavier. I think there's a lot of good points there. And actually, if the task force can take that away, and I think, again, picking up the read across to heritage, we have a description rather than a definition of heritage in IPSAS 45. So I think that then means that we should have a description of conservation assets for conservation, how we describe it. And I think that there are some very interesting issues to explore there in what you've actually said, Adrienne. Okay. So I think with that, we move into the next paper, Edwin. And then I'll bring Fabienne in because obviously this is a discussion that CAG had yesterday.
Yeah, so the next issue is on the location of guidance. And this is the topic that was discussed with the CAG yesterday. So, and I guess I'll let Fabienne jump in later, but I think generally the CAG members agreed that it should be a separate standard. Now, the way the task force looked at this is we focused on the technical reasons for having a separate standard. And it's that we have separate IPSAS that are created based on whether the nature of the subject matter of that IPSAS is different from other items that are covered by existing IPSAS. So for example, if we have a specific item or set of transactions that's clearly not covered by something else, then when we come up with guidance for these items, it would be a separate standard. And the task force thought, well, we've concluded that natural resources held for conservation is not exactly the same as PP&E. And, and most of the members said that, when you read the definition of PP&E, it says these are items that are used for the production of goods or the supply of services. And to a lot of the task force members, that's different from an item that you're holding to avoid using, because it's almost like you're one standard in PP&E is you're assuming that there's some sort of consumption of the item or use of the item, versus for assets that are held for conservation, your whole point of conserving it is that you're trying not to use it. So fundamentally, that's a very different nature for most of the task force members. So based on that technical argument alone, they were thinking, well, this really should be a separate standard. Now, we've also looked at public interest considerations. And throughout this whole project, we've been hearing from constituents and entities like the World Bank that these natural resources are very significant, both monetarily and also in terms of the current attitudes about conservation or sustainable development, etc. So, like, just based on that alone, I think a lot of our constituents are expecting this to be a separate standard. And also, based on our past experiences, when we do have multiple IPSAS dealing with the same topic, a lot of our constituents found that really confusing. And, I'm just thinking back less than a year ago when we had debates about revenue. It was only 2 EDs, but then almost all our constituents said, well, this is really confusing. We don't know how to determine what's in which ED, so can you just put them together? And I think for natural resources, if we were to separate the guidance into inventory, PP&E, etc., that will be more than 2 places. It's going to end up being really confusing for constituents. And also the last item that we thought of was, well, if these natural resources are really PP&E, etc., then there has to be widespread practice that constituents are already applying these standards to natural resources. And we're just not seeing that. Like, I know Todd brought up that, there could be parks that are PP&E, but in terms of actual forests or things like mineral ore, etc., we haven't found a case where someone actually said, yes, this is PP&E because of these reasons. So based on that, like, it's another point that shows us that constituents aren't really thinking about natural resources as falling into existing IPSAS. And I guess based on both the technical arguments and the public interest consideration, the task force agreed that, yes, this should be a standalone IPSAS when it's finalized.
Thank you, Edwin. So, Renee, I don't think, maybe actually I'll go to Fabienne in terms of the CAG and then back to you as CAG chair, as task force chair. So Fabienne, to you first.
Thank you, Jan. Indeed, as Edwin clearly articulated, CAG members advised that it would be more appropriate to locate the proposed guidance on natural resources in a separate standalone standard from both the public interest and technical perspectives. And it came out that it was a gap that constituents would expect to be filled in the current context. Another topic CAG members discussed was, well, they provided suggestions on how to structure the exposure draft. And one suggestion was to elaborate an overarching standard that would point to existing IPSASs whenever relevant to avoid duplication of guidance, and that would ease navigating between standards. And another suggestion was to communicate clearly on the delineation between natural resources that should be reported in the financial statements, and those that would have to be reported in the broader sustainability reporting area. Yeah, I'll stop for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabienne. Renee, do you want to add anything in terms of the task force deliberations before I open up for comments?
Yes, as I was listening to Edwin's intro remarks, my reflection, and I just want the board members to think about that as they think through this question, is that the decision about the location of the guidance is disassociated from the decision of whether there should be natural assets recorded separately from, for instance, PP&E or inventory. Like, I see them as two different questions. So here it's more about prominence of the guidance, the reasons and the rationale for why we would want to have a body of guidance on its own in our literature based on the rationale that we provided in a paper. But sometimes I find that it's easy to confuse the two questions. So here I would want us to just focus on that first question, and then we can deal with where they fall on the statement of financial position later.
Thanks, Renee. And I think what underlies all of this is actually this is an area that we haven't had guidance in before, which is why we're having the discussion at the moment in terms of, is this something that requires a separate standard, or actually can constituents leave aside signposting and all that kind of thing? Can you just rely on the existing standards? So I think we've got the very strong advice from the CAG on this yesterday, that from a constituent point of view, public interest point of view, we should be looking at a separate standard. That's the recommendation from the task force, noting the points about scope that Andrew raised earlier, but I will now open up for comments. Todd, then Noyati, then Andrew.
Thanks, Ian. There seems to be a reluctance to go first, so I'll go first this time. I probably, before getting to Toronto, had a view that the guidance should sit in PP&E and inventories, etc. Having listened to the CAG meeting yesterday, I think I can be convinced that it's going to be more helpful to our constituents to have something called natural resources in our literature. So I'm happy that we create a natural resources ED and expose it. But I probably come back to the point that I was making earlier. To avoid confusion here, if the natural resource you've got is inventory or is PP&E or agriculture or whatever, just direct people to apply those standards and recognise and measure those things in accordance with the standards. And I think it's really important that whether it's a definition or an explanation or whatever, the sorts of things that don't fit into those standards that we have been discussing around conservation, that we're very clear with our constituents that it's those things that they really need to focus on the standard and apply the standard for. So I think I can see it shaping up in that way, and there's a logic to doing it in that way in my mind.
Thanks, Todd. I think that's very helpful, to understand your thought process and your journey in that. Noyati, and then to Andrew, and then to Lynn.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I agree with the staff recommendation of doing this separate IPSAS standard, but when I look into the technical consideration stated about the decision to develop a separate standard is driven by the underlying nature of the subject. So why don't we use that in terms of determine issuing the separate IPSAS in the due process, saying that if it is falls into this kind of situation, then we have to put it in this separate IPSAS if it is in the due process. Yeah.
Edwin or Ross, I don't know if you want to comment on that. I mean, I think you're right, Noyati. I think we have to think about how this works very clearly and how we explain the board's decision when we get to that. So Andrew, then Lynn, then Murray.
Thanks. It's probably then just to underscore what Noyati and Todd have said. I think we need to be very clear why this is a separate standard. So I support a separate standard. I disagree with this. It doesn't fall in PPE, and I think there has been some analysis. There has been, I guess, disagreements within the task force, and I think it's clear even just around the board. We've got certain jurisdictions, New Zealand, South Africa, where some of these are already on balance sheet versus not. So I think just we need to get that description or definition that we're going to put into this standard, and then make it clear that it's a scope out for the others to avoid any of this confusion in future. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. Lynn, then Murray.
So I support that this should be a separate standard, but I'm not sure that I'm exactly on the same page as some others on this. I guess we need to see the end result to reconfirm that we think this is a separate standard. But to my mind, I think it should be. And I think there could be, when we come on to some of the later papers around disclosures, for example, I think, there's a better argument if there's a more holistic drawing together of what's in PPE, what's in inventories, and what's here from a disclosure perspective, which would then enhance my view that there should be separate standard. It's more enhanced if there are specific requirements in this standard. But there were a couple of points from the CAG yesterday that also sort of resonated with me, which is the ability, if we have a separate standard and we think harder about disclosures, to get a greater link to sustainability reporting, the fact that teams who are working on sustainability, who might be the team that might provide the data to support asset recognition and valuations, are different. And so it gives them one place to go to for the guidance. There are some real practical implementation reasons why it was useful to have a separate standard. And so when we talk about let's scope out from the beginning, I feel a little bit nervous actually, because the feedback that we did have from the CAG yesterday was it would be helpful for preparers to go to one place, particularly when some of those implementation teams are not the normal implementation teams when it comes to recognition and valuation.
Thanks, Lynn. I think there's some good points there that we need to come back to when we move on to those next discussions. Murray.
Thank you. I also support the recommendation, and it is so important to measurement criteria and recognition criteria, and there is natural resources that does not meet these criteria, and so we have to consider about the how to classify the asset for the public sector entities. And so I think about the endangered species to conserve, and it cannot be measured reliably measured by the mean cost also. And so we have to consider the relationship between as Rin said, sustainability reporting and financial reporting. And so we have to maybe consider about how to classify the asset side of the balance sheet. And so maybe the IMF's classification is maybe financial asset and infrastructure and natural resources, and maybe the Switzerland's case there is of Finanzvermögen und Verwaltungsvermögen, so that it's closely related to the aims of the public sector's responsibility. Thank you.
Thanks, Murray. I think there's a range of issues that shows why this is actually quite a tricky topic to actually get all of those nuances over. Lucy and then Liang.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the recommendation that accounting for natural resources will be in a separate or in a standalone IPSAS. The underlying nature and intended utilization of certain natural resources, particularly those that are held for conservation purposes, is really fundamentally different from the nature and intended use of other tangible assets as PPE, inventories, investment property, or biological assets. Moreover, as we have discussed, there is a distinct recognition and measurement criteria tailored to the nature and purpose or function of the natural resource. Including this, the guidelines in the existing IPSAS would have some confusion on the would bring confusion, particularly for existing users, and could pose also challenges in preparing the comprehensive GPFRs or GPFS. However, I think it should be emphasized at the scope that whenever item are specifically aligned or meet the criteria of a PPE, inventory, or investment property, or biological assets, then they should fall within the scope of the existing IPSAS. So it can be, that statement can be emphasized in the scope of the standalone IPSAS for natural resources. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. Liang.
Personally, I suppose that we should have a separate standard on natural resources. But actually, I'm always struggling about, in addition to those assets will be scoped in inventory, PPE, investment property, etc. What's the remaining assets will be subject to the new measurement requirement under this standard. I suppose maybe they only have one category as natural resources here for conversation. But again, my question is quite similar to other members, how to draw the line between natural resources here for conservation to such as heritage asset. I just checked through the website as UNESCO. They have a World Heritage list on the website, and actually they have classified the World Heritage into two classes. One is cultural heritage asset, and the other is natural heritage asset. So my question is actually, such as we just discussed about natural resources, such as the natural park or the mountain in the Switzerland, whether they are natural resources or whether they are natural heritage assets. So I think it is very hard to draw the line between these two items. So actually, I'm quite struggling about this. Also, we just discussed about the measurement, subsequent measurement requirement. My personal view, at this moment, if we, such as we just to have a consistent requirement between heritage asset or natural resources, if we have consistent subsequent measurement guidance, maybe we can address this problem, this scoping problem to a large extent to a large extent. No matter you put into PPE, the scope of PPE, or you put into natural resources, actually, the quantum treatment is quite similar. So maybe in this way, from practical perspective, we can address the scoping problem to a large extent. Thank you.
Thanks, Liang. A lot of very practical, and I think the point you made about natural heritage versus natural resources is particularly one that we should dwell on going forwards in terms of helping us make the delineation. Abdullah, and then Patricia.
Thank you, Chair. And just a quick comment. We heard from our constituents from preparers' point of view, that is, they find it hard for them to navigate through different IPSASs. And that is why we are creating the tool to navigate IPSAS. And imagine if we don't have a separate standard for natural resources and we embed it in different standards. So we will go again to Lynn and ask her to develop something to help these preparers to navigate through the different IPSAS standards. So that is why I would support to have a separate standard and let it be a communication issue, how we just have a different issue for measurement, for different articulation around it, and how we communicate it and refer them to separate standards. Then that is how I would think of it.
Thanks, Abdullah. Patricia.
Thank you. I think it's necessary, better described natural occurring, I think. But the first point, it's the decision was to consider the the resource that naturally occurring. So it's not the decision is not considering the expenditure related to natural resources. Similar to heritage, I think it's not possible to measure the natural resource based on cost, because there is no cost. And in some cases, heritage is the same way, there is no cost. During the discussion about the PP&E, heritage and PP&E, the main conclusion was, in fact, what we can recognize, the entity can recognize the subsequent expenditures, not the value of the heritage itself. I think I have similar challenge here, but in the case of natural resource, it's very clear that it's not possible to measure based on cost, because there is no cost, because it's naturally occurring. I think this is the main issue here. And I'm curious about how to recognize, for example, park in the balance sheet. Maybe the park is the value is related to subsequent expenditure. It's not about the natural resource itself. I think I need to explore more to describe better. But in my view, the challenge related to natural resources and heritage art is similar, but in the case of heritage art, in some cases, in few cases, it is possible to measure the cost of the heritage asset and not only the subsequent expenditure. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. I think that goes to a number of comments that have been made around this delineation between heritage and natural resources, and whether that, as you point out, may lead to any differences in treatment. So I think that's going to be one of the instructions to the task force to take that away. Audia.
Thank you. Followed all the discussion and the inputs from my colleagues. And I agree that from the actual position, even if you heard from the CAG, there should be a separate standard. We have to figure out how do we design them. And I just gave my flag because I want to add to Patricia's one point is, it's from me, it's not clear when we looking to our objective. It's number 2 in the draft, to meet the objective paragraph 1, set out the accounting standards for natural resources. in the scope, we're talking about in this accounting for natural resources and their related activities. We should make clear if you're talking only about natural resources or also about the related activities.
Thanks, Claudia. So I think all of the members that have spoken have supported that we should have a separate standard for natural resources. So I think if we say that is a board decision, that we will have that we will have a separate standard. I think very clearly the points about the description of what is natural resources as opposed and conservation as opposed to heritage is clearly really important, not just in terms of describing and identifying what the standard is trying to cover, but also I think, as Patricia said, actually there are potentially some accounting differences that might come from that, even although actually there's also the possibility to read across from heritage in terms of that point about initial recognition, but also subsequent expenditure. So I think that will need to be worked up further. There is clearly still a lot of nervousness around the board about how you actually signpost between the natural resources standard and other standards. And I think we will pick up other comments as we walk through the draft standard, but clearly I think maybe what we need to do is actually instruct the task force to go away and think about what the options are for this, because I think we do need to land this, and I think that is a discussion in March. And it may be one of these situations that it's hard whichever way you go, but we need to pick an approach. We can ask questions on that, but I think we can't keep going round and round and round in terms of, well, I like this, I like that, whatever. So I think we should ask the task force to develop the options and see whether any of those then have clear pros and cons in terms of how we do that. And then flowing out of all of that, certainly subsequent measurements comes through as an issue that needs to be further thought about. And then the gains and losses point will come from that further discussion. So I think that's been a very helpful discussion. I think it was really helpful to hear the CAG discussion yesterday on that, but I think it's actually been a very good discussion, and thank you everyone who's contributed in terms of the debate around the board. I think that's brought out a lot of very good points. And I think with that, we've earned a coffee break, so we're about 5 minutes ahead of schedule. So if we can come back at 5:02, please. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Edwin, move us on to the display and disclosure.
Thanks, Ian. The next paper is on our display and disclosure proposals. So a lot of this is actually based on the CP and it hasn't changed much. But one thing that I would like to point out was that in response to the CP, a lot of constituents were concerned that we were asking for disclosures relating to items that didn't necessarily meet the definition of an asset. So we have clarified that, or we have amended that to say that if you have a natural resource that doesn't meet the definition of an asset, then these items should only be reported in the broader GPFR, so general purpose financial reports. So things like sustainability reporting, etc. And you will not have to disclose these in the notes to the financial statements. Okay? In addition to that, we are proposing to have specific disclosure requirements for assets held for conservation. So these include things like quantitative information, including the reasons for conserving the asset, numerical changes, so roll forward of the asset, restrictions on their use, and any related obligations and custodian responsibilities. And also, we are going to require them to talk about what they're actually doing to conserve these items. So talk about the conservation activities. In addition to that, we also have proposals for disclosures of unrecognized natural resource assets. So these are items that meet the definition of an asset, but are not recognized because they can't be measured. And similar to PP&E, we are proposing to require disclosures of the difficulties in measurement and the significance of these items in relation to the entity's objectives. And also, same as before, we will be requiring to disclose any custodial responsibilities relating to these unrecognized assets.
Thanks, Edwin. Open up for comments from board members. Lynn, lead us off.
Thanks. When I read this, it's hard to disagree with anything that's in here. However, I felt that there was something missing in display and disclosure terms, because came to the view that I felt there was value in some form of sort of consolidated disclosure around the entirety of your natural resource assets to encompass those that you've classified as PPE, those that you've classified as inventory, and those that you are holding for conservation. And I thought that the disclosure requirements around your sort of custodian stewardship sort of disclosures would be equally applicable to the natural resource assets that you've classified in other categories of asset on the balance sheet. So I felt that there's sort of something missing for me in terms of that. And I wouldn't want to encourage any jurisdiction equally to make sure they put them into PP&E or inventories to avoid this type of disclosure. So I felt that I wanted some sort of consolidated disclosures in addition to this. And I thought that would also help when you are then looking at the link between sustainability reporting and financial reporting.
Thanks, Lynn. So I think if we ask the task force to consider that, Lucy.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I agree with the proposed requirements for presentation and disclosure in the standalone IPSAS for natural resources. I think in addition to the disclosure requirements for recognized natural resources held for conservation, in paragraph 31A, I think it will also be useful information if we discuss if the entity would present its conservation plan, if any, so that the users may be able to assess the progress of conservation being conducted by the entity in IPSAS 45, we included BC 74 to 76 on the use of information on asset management plan, where we explain the importance of asset management plans in providing information useful for financial reporting purposes when accounting for PPE. And then we included also IG 39 and 40 in connection with this. I think we can do the same in the standalone IPSAS for natural resources, where we emphasize the importance of or the usefulness, the conservation plan of the entity on the natural resources held for conservation. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. And I think that during that comparison, I think we do have to have a look at what's in IPSAS 45. And you're right, the ability to cross-reference to other useful documents. We should make sure that that's available. Noyati, then Todd.
Actually, I'm same length with Lynn. Should have a disclosure on consolidation because of natural resources, because natural resources is classification according to a different standard. And another thing is about just want to clarify. I think it's quite the same as what Claudia notes during the first paper about the unit of accounting. Then I just want to clarify this thing, whether the land and natural resources, for example, for forests, are they separable assets even when they are together? So, yeah, thank you.
Edwin, do you want to come back on that before I go to Todd?
We'll work with the task force on unit of account and consider disclosures at the same time.
Okay, Todd.
Thanks, Ian. I think it's really important here that when it comes to disclosure within the standard that we've agreed that we're going to have, that we are very conscious of what disclosures are going to be made with the standards that people are appointed to comply with, like PP&E, inventories, etc., and think about what it is, going to Lynn's point, if there's a bit of an overlay. So we really need to be very connected up here wherever we land in disclosures, that we're very connected and think it through from that perspective. And I think it's also important that we think it through from our broader sustainability suite of standards type perspective, so that as we start thinking about that whatever we do here is very much connected. So I'm not sure myself at this point whether exactly what's been set out here is right, but it's really important that we make sure that all of this is very well connected across everything that we're doing. And yeah, that's the point I wanted to make, that there might be a bit of thinking to make sure that we are very much connected up here.
Thanks, Todd. Other points, recognizing what the discussion that we've had is, this does very much relate into the linkage between this ED that we're now developing and the existing standards. Okay, not seeing any flags up. So I think, Edwin, that's given you a number of things to think about. Any sort of final comments you want to make on that?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay. So moves on.
The next paper is on transitional provisions. So very high level, the task force is recommending that we allow both retrospective and prospective application of this standard. And by prospective, we mean recognizing everything on the last balance sheet date and not having to do multiple valuations for the comparative period or the opening balance sheet. And that's just to provide relief in case entities have difficulties coming up with a value. The other thing I wanted to point out, and this was actually raised after the task force meeting, but when we were working on the IFRS 6 and the IFRIC 20 alignment standard, or EDs, we noted that the accounting is actually not related to the natural resource ED at all. So even though we plan to publish the EDs as a package together, there is really no reason to require them to be applied at the same time. So in previous versions of the exposure draft, and I think in the September papers, we did recommend to require application of all three EDs together, but now that has been dropped in this version.
Thanks, Edwin. Any comments on those proposals? Andrew?
I guess I struggle with recognition at the end of the period in which you adopt it. It just seems strange because, I mean, there would be current measurement principles in terms of impairments, potentially current value movements. And if you're adopting a standard, you'd expect to see that being reflected during the year. So I think if there is a concern that there's not enough time for entities to develop these values, we should rather than defer the effective date by a year and make it the opening balance for the following year. I think to apply a standard at the end of a year it's just peculiar.
For my own, I mean, I know we went round this discussion, didn't we? I think with probably PP&E. I seem to, so can we just cross-check to make sure, bearing in mind what Andrew said, that we're clear on that? That makes sense. Okay. Go ahead, Liang. I saw you hovering and I thought...
Thanks, Chair. I'm just thinking how to understand about prospective application. As Edwin just said, this may be one way to understand about the prospective application. But I think maybe there is another way to understand, which means you may ignore all the natural resources that happened or you control before the application day. You may only need to deal with those natural resources you have after the application day. So actually, the latter way to consider maybe is more easy to apply in practice, because I'm thinking about such as government or a public sector entity, actually, when they start to apply this standard, actually they have a lot of natural resources, such as the forests or some others. So if they have to account for every natural resources such as to determine the current value, I can expect it will be very, very challenging in practice. So I just raised another way that we can explore for the transition provision. Thank you.
Thanks, Liang. Edwin?
Yeah, that's actually a very good idea. I guess the challenge would then be if you have entities that want to recognize things that were controlled before, would you suggest then full retrospective, or would there be like a modified prospective way of doing it?
Liang, do you want to come back on that? Or
actually, I have not come up with a very solid idea. Yeah.
okay. I mean, it sounds like it's worthwhile thinking about offline, because I do think we need to think about, I mean, this is clearly underlying a number of the comments that board members have made. It's about totality and so on, and those were a lot of the comments that we had from constituents, which goes to the unit of count point and things like that. So okay, so I've got Lucy, then Renee, then Todd.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to agree with the recommendation of the task force to allow prospective or retrospective application of the IPSAS guidance. However, while the proposed provision or transitional provision allow flexibility, I think we have to tighten up the guidance on when each method might be more suitable. To ensure that we have clear we ensure users that clear and practical understanding on this matter. I think we have to include application guidance, if practicable, on the discussion on when um, uh, or we can provide circumstances or scenarios in which the entity might appropriately opt for either prospective or retrospective application of the standard. Because, I think it will, if we provide some comprehensive guidance on this, it will provide users will gain valuable insights on that would influence the decision on whether to use prospective or retrospective application. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. Renee, then Todd, then Adrian.
Yes, I think to come back to the point about refining prospective option, I think and Edwin, I think we talked about that before, to use like a retrospective but without restatement. It's kind of an in-between. It's not a full prospective, but it is prospective, but you just adjust the current year. So of course in the year of adoption you don't have a nice comparability because you have an adjusted comparative, but that provision allows that, the transition provision allows that, and then in year 2 we will have proper comparative. And I find that this is such a long complex journey. This will be a new journey for our preparers to start bringing natural assets onto the balance sheet, offering them various ways to do this. I think flexibility is the right thing to do. And if the compromise is lack of comparability in year 1, then we're going to get it in year 2, and it's a long journey anyway.
Thanks, Renee. Todd, then Adrian.
Thanks, Ian. I think when I think about what this standard might become with some of the conversation we've had already, I'm not sure how much is going to be left within the standard in terms of the recognition and measurement. But my feeling is, to the extent that there is stuff there, it's going to be the stuff that is quite difficult to measure, I would imagine. And so talking about retrospective application, if we're in that situation, it's going to be another hurdle that people aren't going to be able to get over. So I do wonder, when we see the standard and what may get captured and have to be dealt with in terms of recognition and measurement, we may want to reflect on the transitional provisions with more of the expectation is prospective, whatever that looks like, and I know there's a bit of debate about that, with sort of no real expectation of going retrospective because it's going to be way too hard anyway. So it's just the way we position it. I agree that, choice is good in this situation, but I wouldn't want people to start thinking that we really expect anything retrospective, because I think it's going to be challenging enough for people to do this on a prospective basis, let alone anything else. So I think we just need to step back when we do land on what's in this standard and really think about the way we position the transitional provisions.
Thanks, Todd. Adrian? Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, was it Claudia? Apologies.
You're already joking. Thank you. I want to agree on what Andrew said. We should make sure that we have the same selected transitional provision in the CPMP standard, especially for natural assets, heritage assets, sorry. And following the discussion yesterday in the CAG meeting regarding the presentation of financial statements, if flexibility, it's good or bad, personally, I would say one version is sufficient. To add a burden then to the preparers to distinguish which one is the better transition provision for presenting the information it's don't know if it's really helpful. I'm more sympathetic that if the opening balance could be modified, then we have just the development during the year in the financial statement would be sufficient. But I'm really struggling if we could open and leave all options open. I'm not sure if that's really help, especially with comparability between countries and the way to come to this new standard.
So I think reflecting on this, I mean, clearly it is going to be a new standard in an area that we haven't had guidance before. So I think that does, you know, I'm not hearing anybody talking against having prospective application, recognizing Liang's point on, you know, further thought on actually what that means and how that's done. And I think that does then go to that point about, okay, maybe we should allow retrospective, but, you know, I think we have to be practical about this. We also need, I think, to think about effective date as well. That's going to play in with this from a point of view of ability to implement the standard. So I think we're going to need to think about effective date. I'm hearing support for allowing both prospective and retrospective, but I think we have to, even although that does go against the comparability point, and I think we need a good write-up in the basis for conclusions as to why we've come to that conclusion, both in terms of effective date, but also in terms of, you know, recognizing potentially the scale of challenge here. I didn't hear anybody arguing against that point to separate the implementation of the IFRS 6 and IFRIC 20 alignment EDs from this standard. Okay, so move us on then, Edwin.
The next paper is on amendments to other IPSAS. So just a few here, but then one of them is very important based on prior discussions. So firstly, we're going to propose adding display requirements for recognized natural resources in IPSAS 1, because right now there's nothing in the standard about that. We were going to exclude the initial recognition and measurement of natural resources from IPSAS 12, 16, 27, and 45, but based on the earlier discussions, I think we'll have to rethink this if we're moving the scope out or the signposting earlier in the process. The third bullet is probably what I want to focus on, and that's amending the description of heritage assets. As we have already discussed, there is probably going to be some overlap, and the task force is proposing to delete the reference to environmental and natural features from the description of heritage in IPSAS 45. And that's just to have a clearer delineation between what is actually being preserved as a heritage assets versus what's being conserved as a natural resource. And then lastly, we're going to add a recognition and measurement exemption for natural resources during the transition period in IPSAS 33.
Thanks, Edwin. So comments on those, recognizing the discussion that we had earlier around the importance of the delineation between heritage and natural resources. Yeah, Todd, start us off.
Thanks, Ian. Based on the earlier discussion that we had, I would be reluctant to agree to the changes to the heritage definition without understanding what we're doing on the natural resources side of things. So I don't think we can lock any change in until we have both in front of us and we can see that they are mutually exclusive, or it's clear we deal with one versus the other. So I would propose that we don't land on the changes to heritage assets until we've got both in front of us.
Thanks, Todd. I think that's a very reasonable position. I think if we really treat it as a place marker at the moment, to say that we are going to have a look at this, and something like that change may be required in order to provide clarity, and that's probably all we can do at the moment. And actually, that links into the further work that we've asked the task force to actually do on our behalf. Fabienne.
Thanks, Jan. From the CAG's perspective, and I wanted to echo here the board members' previous comments on the parallel with the heritage assets. But in addition to this parallel, CAG members yesterday also expressed the need to explore further related obligations around conservation characteristics and how such obligations should be communicated on. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabienne. I mean, I think we hear what the CAG says on the obligations. We've been clear all the way through that we would not be dealing with the obligations side. But actually, probably what we need to ask staff is to log that, because we are going to need to begin to develop a long list of potential future projects. And that may very well be one of the topics that maybe should be on that long list for constituents to comment on in due course. I think we also need to make sure that we've communicated that point in basis for conclusions, and also I think in the at a glance in due course. So if I can take Lynn, then Renee, then Lucy.
Just one observation about where we may or may not end up on heritage items definition. If you change that definition, you risk confusion to an entity who has already recognised and measured assets using that definition and transitional provisions. So I feel very nervous about changing that definition for that reason, certainly without providing guidance. The other piece that does occur to me in terms of amendments to other IPSAS, we have scoped out in the scope section 43 and also intangibles. But I don't necessarily think that means that it would be impossible for an entity to have a right of use natural resource asset, or have we concluded that? Either way, I think we need to think about that in the BCs. We don't explain ourselves on that scoping in the BCs, if it's a practical scope exclusion or if it's a more philosophical scope exclusion that we don't believe they exist. I'm not sure. Well, we haven't explained ourselves and we need to do so.
Okay. I mean, I think there's a couple of points there, aren't there? One is actually how we deal with the relationship between this standard and the other standards. And then there's that point in terms of actually, how do you, how do you communicate? If we think there is a possibility, how do we communicate that? I think on the heritage point, some of that depends on where we land on the various different approaches to treating natural resources and whether those are different. Because if they're not different, then actually that probably is a reallocation. And that's not to say that there isn't work involved in that, but it's rather different from actually asking people to recognise in the first place. So I think we should log that as a concern and come back on that one. Renee and then Lucy.
Yes, I've heard two comments now around the board that are making me just ask a question of clarification on the various our work program here, and that was the CAG comment about obligations, liabilities that may arise as a result of activities, and it was Claudia's reference to the scope sentence about the fact that it's meant to cover also activities. So we talked about related activities before. My understanding is that we were going to address it as part of this project. It's just that we're not there yet. And I was looking at so I just want to clarify, are we going to bring back to the board how we want to incorporate other activities, related activities in here?
It's in the AGs now, so it is incorporated into the ED, but I've moved it from the core text to the AGs because that's how PP&E did it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think any substantive, any broader guidance is not within the scope of this. So there's a balance to be struck on that clearly, and that sounds like that movement is helpful. It's not, it's not to ignore the issue, but I think it is actually, as with a lot of our work, actually, we have to put some boundaries around it. Ross?
So all along, going back to the CP, if we're talking about obligations, we've drawn the line that that's covered in IPSAS 19. And I don't believe anybody questioned that strongly in the CP that we needed a separate standard on obligations that's not covered by 19. So I would say that's why it's not being addressed in this, is we already have a full standard that deals with provisions and recognition of obligations. So
Thanks, Ross, for that clarification. Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. My concern is the same as Lynn. So I recommend that we defer action on whether to revise the definition of heritage asset, excluding environmental and the natural characteristics, because there are even before we further revise the definition of heritage asset in IPSAS 45, we have already talked about the environmental characteristics of an asset to be classified as heritage in IPSAS 17. So my concern is really on the assets, heritage assets that had already been recognized following the description of heritage assets. So unless we are ready to provide clear guidance on how to delineate heritage assets already recognized to natural resources, I think we have to consider that action only after we can provide guidance on that will help the users on whether they would reclassify their recognized heritage assets to natural resources, and the prospective actions on recognition of those assets, which also heritage assets, which also have environmental and natural features. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. I mean, I think back to Todd's original comment, basically, we log this at this stage. I think we shouldn't take any decisions either way until we're clear on how this standard relates into the other standards, particularly PP&E. And then we need to actually develop this description of what conservation, assets held for conservation actually is. And I think that's back to Liang's very helpful earlier point. And then we should take the decision in terms of when we're further along the line about what that means in implementation terms, and whether that means we do then want, from a delineation point of view, to remove the reference that we have here. Because I think we need to allow ourselves the option, if that is actually going to make a clearer delineation, then there may be practical issues. And again, that comes back to particularly what we're requiring on subsequent measurement. Lynn.
Sorry, I just wanted to come back on what Ross said in response to the obligations points. So I don't disagree with you, Ross, but we don't explain in the basis of conclusions that we have thought about obligations and think that they are sufficiently covered by existing literature. We don't explain ourselves on that. And then that also got me thinking about that point, and also Renee's point about with natural resource related activities, and it got my mind thinking back to the discussion on display and disclosure, and the point I guess I was making around a more holistic view of disclosures might well incorporate not only assets and where they've been accounted for, but might also encompass in a single note perhaps the expenditure and on natural resource related activities and where that's gone in the accounts, and also where any obligations that relate to natural resources are sitting. So I guess I would encourage us to think about basis of conclusions on the provisions point, but also when you're thinking about display and disclosures, is the value in disclosure that brings together in one place asset, expenditure and obligation.
So I think, yes, certainly basis of conclusions. I think there is a caution, though, about the moment you start trying to pull all of this together, that starts to turn into effectively a supplementary statement. And I think you're right. Maybe we should allow people that option, but we have to balance that with then requiring effectively another supplementary statement, which I think we could be criticised for. So I think we know what we would be, we would be asking for, which is that let's bring it together in the rounds. It's just quite often then that will be interpreted as requiring that. So we need to be quite careful about how we, if you like, if we allow an option, how we communicate that option. But I think we note that. So we'll come back to that when we have that discussion about the nature of that in the round disclosure. But for now, certainly the action is we need to explain what we've done in basis for conclusions. Okay. So just in terms of the bullet point, I think we're okay with the first one. In terms of the amendment to IPSAS 1. I think, Edwin, you deferred to the second bullet. We've had the discussion around the third bullet, and then any concerns about the proposal in terms of IPSAS 33. Okay, thank you. So take us through into the next item.
Okay, the last paper was on proposed topics for implementation guidance and illustrative examples. So based on the discussions of the other 7 papers, there's probably going to be changes to this now, because I think if we are to go to the other standards, things like land would drop off completely, I think. But regardless of that, this is what the task force is proposing to include as IGs and IEs. So we have taken the same approach as revenue, where we thought about, what's in the cortex now, what's in the AGs, and what would be appropriate for topics where we have IGs for more general type of guidance, and then specific examples and fact patterns for the IEs. So I guess I'll just open up to comments at this point to see if there's any reaction from board members.
Thanks, Edwin. So comments from members recognizing this was the approach we took on revenue and also transfer expenses to have that top-down view. Andrew, then Noyati.
Thanks. Appreciate it would all change. One, I perhaps, Edwin, just wanted to flag is just on measurement. I think there might be some peculiarities that would arise here. Thinking to obligations to restore or do things, etc. What does that mean when it interlays potentially with a COV, cost and those sort of approaches? I think we might just need to do a little bit of thinking around that, and if there is guidance that's needed. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Noyati and then Todd.
Just to we propose to provide we propose to provide illustrative guideline on natural resources for conservation purposes as well as operation purposes, which is the natural resources having multiple usage. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Noyati. I think the need has come out from the discussions we've had today. Todd, then Lucy.
Thanks, Ian. When it comes to the implementation guidance and illustrative examples, I think it's important, if we're going to have the natural resources standard, that we provide clarity to people that look at that standard around the sorts of things that they're going to be going to those other 4 standards for. So I think you do want to embed some of that in the non-authoritative material to help our constituents, but also think about it from those constituents that might start in a PP&E or a other standard. And it may be that you need to actually, I know we don't like duplicating, but it may be helpful to have something in terms of that non-authoritative material actually sitting in those other 4 standards as well. So don't just be thinking about the IGs and IEs only in relation to the new natural resources standards. Think about whether there's going to be some helpful material that could go into the underlying 4.
Thanks, Todd. I mean, that was certainly a thought that I had personally as a member, that I think we do need to, just be clear that, if you come in through another standard, and again, actually, we probably have quite a lot of material that we could draw on from the CP stage. This is not to propose that we add multiple examples, but I think a few well-chosen examples would actually help in terms of proposals for the other standards. So if we can request that some thought is given to that. Lucy, and then Renee, and then Abdullah.
Thank you, Chair. I think we should also include, I would just like to reiterate that we include examples and guidance on in the evaluation of the control over natural resources acquired through non-exchange transactions, through the exercise of sovereign powers, treaty, or inheritance. And maybe we can also include samples and guidance on measurement of the conservation activities or expenses, which can be expensed or which can be capitalized by the entity. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. And I think that comment picks up a number of the other comments that we've had from earlier on. Renee, then Abdullah, then Adrian.
Yes, I take the point about adding examples for measurement. I agree with that. And I think we should think about measurement of maybe like a purchased natural resource where there is a transactional cost versus those that are inherited or, would be deemed cost. Like I'm thinking of purchased trees. A lot of municipalities will purchase millions of dollars of trees to create carbon capture capacity, for example. To me, that would be a really good example. Also, I agree with Lucy, an example where we're delineating or we're providing guidance on when an entity is already sitting on a natural resource, right? What's the triggering event for now deciding to recognize it as a cost? So that thinking that's happening on initial recognition or initial adoption of the standard, right? That to me would be very useful. And also, I had a third one. I'll share it with you when it comes back to me. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. I mean, I think certainly what started to emerge is that difference between initial and subsequent measurement of the asset that you already hold and subsequent expenditure on that asset. And that's where some of the analogy with heritage, I think, comes in as well. Because I think this was the point that Patricia made earlier. So I do think we need to, and Again, that subsequent expenditure may well then mean that actually you need to cross-reference with each of those other standards, thinking about that. Okay, Abdullah, and then Adrian.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of points, because when I was reading this, we tried to do some examples and see how it would be practical into implementation. We thought we thought of it like there was a standard and we wanted to apply it. And there are a couple of examples that we came across. Just wanted to share them with you. First, most of the ministries or departments that are responsible for monitoring, they don't own them. They cannot demonstrate the control point of view. So that would hunt you back again when you talk about consolidation. Who would be responsible because they are owned by the state? How would you work that out? The second thing was there won't be lots of effect on the financials themselves. So you're going to be looking more into disclosures for those ones that falls not within the general purpose financial statements or financial reports. In lots of cases, we found examples for assets that would be heritage assets, and in the same time, they are national resources. And the last thing, it's to Renee's point, what is the trigger when you trigger for you to instigate there is a transaction or there's something instigating to record the natural resource? So these are some of the thoughts that I thought would be beneficial if I shared with you.
Thanks, Abdullah. And I think that's, if you can share some fact patterns on that, I think that would help as well. Adrian.
Thanks, Chair. All along discussion on natural resources and the subsequent measurement, I've been thinking of one example, which is would sound very peculiar, but one would identify in many, many instances. That is, not only the entity would incur conservation costs, but it would sometimes benefit from economic resources from, for instance, the sale that are consequences of conservation activities. I'm thinking of clearing a forest, selling the timbers, selective huntings for maintaining a biodiversity equilibrium and selling the game, etc., etc. So maybe constituents would not spontaneously know how to deal with those two sides of the coin and decide if they should capitalize the net expenses or not. So maybe we could have some examples like that.
Thanks, David. I mean, I think some of that comes into what happens on subsequent expenditure. And then, because your trees example would then take you off into sort of agriculture stroke inventory. And so I think it's about the signposting question. And where do we actually deal with it? And that's as important as actually, whether we provide a host of examples. I think that's where we've got to get the balance. But again, actually, it would probably be quite helpful if you could share those examples with Edwin. And then we can think about, can we deal with that in generic guidance, or is there a specific that we need to pick up? Okay. Noyati, you wanted to come in, or? Yeah, okay. Okay, so I think that's been helpful, and inevitably we're going to have to keep a watch on this depending on where we go with the drafting and so on. But I think if we have that principle that we're trying to take the top-down view on this in terms of what are the principles we're trying to illustrate, and then the point that Todd made, which is actually we may well want to think about some additional examples in PP&E in particular, but maybe in the others. I mean, we had all those discussions at CP stage about water in particular and wild animals. So, we just need to look back on that and work out, do we add something elsewhere? Okay. So Edwin and I have had a discussion backwards and forwards about when should we go back to the flow charts, and I think looking at what you've got there, you're going to go back to the flow chart now.
Yeah, so we still have to do a page flip, but before that, I thought it would be helpful to look at the flow chart. And this is actually part of the ED already. It's in AG 12 right now. And I guess looking at the IPSASB 19 issue. So I think even in the version in the ED, we do say that if you have something that relates to an obligation, you should look to IPSASB 19. So that's in the footnote now. I think based on discussions, I might move that so to the core text just to be clear. But essentially, it's this is how the standard, at least in my mind, would work. And you would start by scope by looking at, is this a naturally occurring item, and does it embody service potential or economic benefits? So that's essentially the definition of a natural resource that we agreed upon in the last meeting. And if you do meet that definition, then you think about, well, what is the recognition criteria? So I've heard today that we should essentially separate this to what is the definition of an asset, and then add in the reliably measurable part at the end to essentially effect recognition. But what I do want to point out is if you don't meet the definition of an asset, you would go down to the green box that's lower in the middle. And I think this ties back to what Mari was asking before. So if you have a natural resource that's not an asset, so you are, it is valuable to you and you do have economic benefits, but for whatever reason you don't control it, then right now we're proposing that you would go to the dotted box, which is essentially this doesn't belong in the financial statements, but you would have some sort of sustainability reporting report or some other broader general purpose financial report that's outside the statements that talks about this. And the reason we did this is because in the CP, we actually suggested that the disclosure of these items be in the statements as well. And the constituents who wrote in overwhelmingly said that's not really possible, because if you have stuff that is not an asset and we disclose that in the financial statements, how are people going to either verify or audit it? And it wouldn't even be something that is reportable in the statements because it doesn't meet the definition of an element. So because of that, we're now saying move those out of the statements, have in the broader GPFRs. And I think that still is consistent with the framework, but it's a lot easier to operationalize now. Okay. And of course, if you do have stuff that's not an asset and it's not important to the entity at all, then right now we're just saying there's no requirement, so you don't need to do anything with those. But getting back to the asset side, if you do have something that meets the definition of an asset and can be measured, then the way the ED is written now is you would look at initial recognition and measurement within this ED. So that's the second last green box in the upper right. Once you get to initial recognition and measurement, then you think about subsequent accounting. And that's where we're proposing to signpost to other standards or apply the guidance that's within the standard right now, which is specifically for natural resources held for conservation. So based on all the comments, I think what's going to happen is either we're going to have the signposting even before we get to recognition and just say, you know what, if you have naturally occurring items that are used as PP&E, et cetera, you would just go straight to PP&E. You wouldn't even think about initial recognition at this stage within this ED. And the last thing I wanted to point out is, so in subsequent accounting, we have the display and disclosure, but we also want to highlight that in some cases, you may meet the definition of an asset, but you cannot be recognized because it can't be measured. We're still saying that there is some disclosure items for those as well. Okay. So this is just a very high level snapshot of what we're proposing. I'll open it to the floor now for comments.
Thanks, Edwin. And one item I think that we may want to just reflect on is the positioning of the box on control, based on Abdullah's earlier comments, and the consistency with where we get to on the text. So opening up for other thoughts outside that summary that you've given, Edwin. Renee.
Yes, listening to comments that I've already made by other board members and reflecting on this. The first comment was about the first box, scope versus definition of a natural resource. For me, scope is confusing here. I think the question is the definition of a natural resource, because when you go back to scope, the 2 paragraphs on scope, they don't deal with the definition of a natural resource. So we're in the standard, and now we're trying to assess if we meet the definition of a natural resource. So I would just title that box natural resource. Then the recognition criteria, I would, to address also comments about definition of the element, an asset versus is it measurable? Somehow, I mean, I know they're all part of recognition criteria, but somehow I would find a way to group together the 2 first questions under the definition of an asset, because they're the 2 elements of the asset. So the question is, do we meet the definition of an asset? Right? And then you ask those 2 questions. You could actually combine that box and make it a lot more simpler. And then you only have a no, one no if you don't have an asset, one no going to the box below. And it would make it clearer to me.
Thanks, Renee, for those suggested clarifications. And I suspect that will go to addressing Mari's point earlier about confusion, that if we're much clearer. Mari, I might just ask you, without putting words into your mouth on that, would that help?
Thank you. Thank you. It makes me clear. And so maybe one important point is the scope is so wide that covers natural resources. And so for the purpose of the presentation of the natural resource in financial statements and financial reporting, and it is so distinctly separate. And so it relates to the sustainability reporting matter or the financial reporting matter, and the presentation financial statement matter, and it is so important. And so if we had so many inputs from the stakeholders, maybe this explanation is so necessary, I think. Thank you.
Thanks, Murray. I think that it's really important. I mean, we've got the problem we keep meeting, which is interrelationships between different projects and different sets of guidance, and particularly on sustainability reporting. I think we're at a very early stage on that. But on the other hand, I think we need to flag the potential relevance of this, and maybe actually the best way to do that is actually to put something in basis for conclusions that logs the point without actually being prescriptive, as it were, at the moment. I mean, I think the first box on scope, that's the point that Renee made, and I think we need to allow staff in the task force just to work on that, depending on the options that they bring us in terms of how we make the link between this standard and the other standards. Todd.
Thanks, Ian. And I'm probably in that second to last row of the flow chart. So where we come down and say, is the item important to an understanding? I'm not sure that we should actually have that question and the dotted box that it goes to. This is going into an IPSAS standard, and I think if you answer no to the second top or third top box, you just basically come down and say there is no requirement under IPSAS. I think there could be a footnote to say, but we're working on sustainability standards. We've got an RPG about service performance. So, you may not want to lose sight of it because there are other things that may pick this up. But I think given that this is going into an IPSAS, it should be true to IPSAS, and putting that particular row in there doesn't quite work for me from that integrity perspective. Agree with what it's saying broadly, but it needs to sit under the actual flow chart as a footnote, I think.
Thanks, Todd. I mean, maybe actually that point you made, no requirement to recognise under IPSAS, actually is the key with that bit of explanation in the context. So I think if we need staff just to reflect on that, because you are right, this is an IPSAS as opposed to a sustainability reporting standard, but people need to see the connections. So I think that point, no requirement to recognise under IPSAS, is the key. Adrian.
Just a minor point, but it's a presentation issue which was already addressed by a question on is it sequential or not sequential? It is not sequential, but this graph shows that it could be sequential. So just do it differently. There's a way probably, I will share with Edwin, to not make a reader think it's a sequential process. Or a footnote by saying, okay, all three criteria have to be yes, fulfilled. Okay. Well, that's important. Otherwise, people would think one would trigger the other one, and they would not know which one to start with. And second, also a visual presentation issue. Scope, the yes from scope or definition should go direct to recognition criteria, not to the first green box, to the blue box, of course.
Thanks, Adrian. I think whenever I've seen this, there's always been backwards and forwards around diagrams. Personally, I do like diagrams because I think it tests whether you've got the thought process right for exactly the reason that you said. Well, does the arrow really go there, or does it go somewhere else? And I think Edwin, it'll be have a look at those headings, particularly recognition criteria. But again, as you go back through the drafting, I think that will also help. So it just tightens it all up. Patricia.
Thank you. I have a different question, because during the CP, the decision was to approach only tangible natural resource assets. In the first box, it's not possible to distinguish that it's a tangible or intangible. And I think it's necessary to think about the scope in the paragraph 4, because it's not easy to connect the discussion that we had about the tangible intangible only with the text in the paragraph 4 or the first box here. Thank you.
Edwin.
Yeah, I think the flowchart is going to have to start with a separate scope box that talks about whether it's intangible or tangible, and whether it's a right of use asset, etc. And then the first box after, or the second box, will be definition, and then you would go into recognition, etc. So we'll expand that out.
I mean, we do need to keep the fact that this is about tangible natural resources, and that may be the issue in terms of right of use. But we've been very clear that potentially this could go extremely broadly. So we're not doing intangible. So I think we need to make sure that we maintain that. And some of this may be just that we actually title the chart "Proposed Accounting for Tangible Natural Resources," so that you actually make it clear that we're not in IPSAS 31, for example. So I think that may well be the way to deal with it. But again, we need to think about the titling of those boxes versus the headings in the standard. Okay, I think that was a useful discussion to have at this stage. So, Edwin, I think we're just going to walk through the current draft of the standards, recognizing that because of everything that we've been talking about today, we are going to come back and do a proper page by page at an appropriate point in time. This is really at this stage then just to pick up on any additional points that members want to raise that haven't already been picked up in our discussion today. Obviously, there will be drafting points you want to raise, so please raise those offline with Edwin. So I think if we literally just walk through. And maybe actually to save my voice, Ross, if you wouldn't mind doing this, and I'll just pick up when flags are raised. Sorry, Patricia, you're not in, right, okay.
Yes, so this is agenda item 3.3.1. And starting on the first page, after the table of contents with objective. Scope.
Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. I think in objective, paragraph 1 under objective and also scope paragraph 3, we can already clarify that this is only for tangible natural resources as consistent with the comment of Patricia. Thank you.
Edwin? Yeah,
that's fine.
Okay.
So next, moving on definitions, paragraph 5.
Patricia.
That's only one question here in the class of natural resources. The function in an entity's operation is related to operational capacity or not? I think yes, during the text, and I think it's broader than operation. A class is not relate only operations, but for the reason to hold the asset.
Yeah, I'll have a look at that. I think this wording was to make it consistent with PP&E, where you could have different classes, and I think that operational word was from PP&E as well. So I'll make sure that it all goes together.
Mike.
Just a quick comment. I think I mentioned it in September as well. Should we, from a logical point, change the order of class of natural resources?
Please speak into the microphone.
Sorry, could we change the order? So first of all, defining natural resources and then class of natural resources?
Oh, this was done in alphabetical order, but I see your view. I'll change it up. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike.
So moving on, recognition. So flag, so measurement.
Yep, Andrew.
Just on paragraph 15, where we've got the exchange guidance and it's the asset swap, and then we talk about if it's, you can measure both assets, use the carrying value of the asset given up, and if you can't, then go to that received. I think we just need to rethink about that when we land on subsequent measurement, just to avoid any potential day 2 measurement issues.
Thanks, Andrew.
So with that, moving to subsequent measurement, paragraph 16 and onwards.
Claudia, and then Liang.
Thank you. Thank you. In the subsequent measurement description, we have this current operational value. where we are looking on it. But in paragraph 19, we says as natural resources assets held for conservation are not held for use, these as assets are considered within an indefinite useful life. And we should review if then the current operational value fits, because current operational value says for measurement, the asset consistent with its unit of account. This includes assessing the asset's existing use. So what is the existing use when we said it's not held for use? So at least we could be consistent in our arguments.
Thanks, Claudia. Liang.
Thanks, Chair. When I look at the subsequent measurement requirement and also the paragraph on the recognition, actually, the accounting treatment for asset here for conservation appears to me that similar to financial asset here for sale. But actually, as an auditor, I can expect there may be some implementation problem when we apply such accounting. The first one is how to draw the line between the decrease in value and the impairment. Because actually, if you are decrease in value, the decrease will go to reserve. But if you are impairment, actually, the impairment loss will go to P&L. I think this problem actually is what ISB, when they revisit accounting for available sale financial asset, actually, they feel it is very difficult to draw the line. So actually they revise the accounting. And the second problem is about the account treatment when you dispose this asset. And in the drafting standard, it is said that all the accumulate valuation change accumulate in the reserve will go to P&L when you dispose the asset. Actually, from my point of view, I think this treatment actually it is very easy to manipulate, because actually if you hold this asset, all the revaluation change you have to keep in reserve. But when you want to realize all this revaluation surplus, such as it is increase in value, actually you just dispose this or you just sell the asset to another party, and you can realize all the increase in value. Then you just such as after several months, you just put back the asset. So actually, by this transaction, you can realize the gain, and again, you can keep the asset. So from my point of view, this is another problem for financial asset held for sale. So actually, we can see ISB actually they revised all the account treatment. As I just mentioned, from my point of view, I think it makes more sense for us to follow the revaluation model as set out in the PPE standard. That means for all the valuation change, no matter it is increase or decrease, you just keep it in reserve. And at end of when you dispose the asset, actually all the accumulate change in valuation, actually you just transfer from the reserve to the such as to the returnee. So this may one good point is that as I just mentioned, it can address the scoping problem how to draw the line between PPE and to natural resources. And the other good point is that this maybe can avoid some implementation issues, as I just mentioned. Thank you.
Thanks, Liang. I think those are both very useful points, and the analogy I think is to financial instruments is helpful in terms of thinking about this. Edwin, do you want to come back on that? Or?
Yeah, so when I was originally drafting this, I did think about financial instruments, but I guess your suggestion to go back to PP&E using the reevaluation model would make more sense because like I hear you, you could just crystallize a gain or loss by selling it and buying it back. I guess my concern with that is if an entity really wants to do that, it's almost like a sales leaseback, right? Like normally we wouldn't let them recognize a gain on that. But I see what you mean if they wait a few months. But yeah, so the way you're suggesting it is a good way forward because I think if we transfer things to retained earnings, there's less of a incentive to manipulate the results. Yeah.
Thanks, Edwin, and thanks, Liang. I think the other thing that we do need to think about in the context of this area is also IPSAS 44 as well, because what that does actually give you is a good delineation between what are actually gains that you can access through sale, as opposed to those that are actually just a product of applying current operational value or whatever. So I think there's a nest of issues that we need to think through, but that's very helpful. One other point that I might just add from a member point of view on this section is I think we just need to be careful in drafting it, that it doesn't read as though you're entirely zeroing in on the assets held for conservation, because I think what we've heard is that there may well be other things and we don't want to rule those out. So I think it's just a sort of drafting thing at the moment in terms of how you do that. But that was one point that I noted when I read it through. Okay. Move us on then, Ross.
So moving on from, excuse me, subsequent measurements. On page 8, derecognition.
Yeah, Patricia.
Thank you. The 22A confused me because it's the objective is held for conservation for future generations and how to connect with on disposal. It's for me it's not clear here.
Well, I was thinking it's still possible for an entity to sell, let's say, the entire forest. You can still sell that to another entity to continue conserving. Like it doesn't really mean that you're like it's not really the same as inventory. You're really just changing ownership.
I mean, I think that's probably more particularly where my IPSAS 44 point comes in, actually. And I would suggest just having a think through that, actually, because I understand your concerns, Patricia, on that. Because essentially, if it's held for conservation, then you wouldn't expect that to happen. But granted that there might be some form of transaction. Mary?
I have the same feeling with Patricia, and so it is very uncomfortable for me to dispose on disposal for the natural resources asset. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, move us on, Ross.
So now we're on to presentation. Disclosure at the top of page 9.
Andrew.
Just on disclosure, wherever we land on measurement basis and I guess the resulting impairment, we just need to make sure the disclosures we propose here are consistent with those that we've put into the other standards when we drafted 46, and then also just from an impairment standard. It just looks like it's a bit light at the moment.
Thanks, Andrew. Josephine.
Thank you, Chair. Consistent with my recommendation earlier that we also disclose the conservation plan of the entity and prepare also IG and BC on that. Thank you.
I'm not sure that's appropriate, actually, in terms of, I think, have a look at the way we've treated it in 45, because it would be permissive rather than a requirement. So I think, Edwin, if you can have a look at that and see how we've treated it there. I'm not saying, it wouldn't be helpful, but I think we just need to be careful about mandating something if we don't quite mean that. Okay. Ross.
So moving on, page 10, effective date in transition. And then we're into Appendix A, application guidance.
Lynn.
So I think you've probably made this point, Chair, but just throughout this, all of the examples seem to relate to forests, and just that question mark about water and wildlife, where did we end up on those? And it would be helpful to have different examples.
Thanks, Lynn.
So continuing through the AG's definitions.
Yeah, Patricia.
Yeah. Thank you. Maybe we're considering the previous comments, but I think the subsequent expenditure related to the activities, it's there is an AG, but there is not core text about this, and then I think it's need to consider the to include the core text related activities. And also, I understand in definition when I describe natural resource held for conservation, I need to expand this explanation here too. And thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. I think those are both good points. So if you can take those forward, Edwin.
So continuing on, recognition, AG5 and onwards.
Yeah, Patricia.
I think some members present comment about this, but in CP there are some examples about subsoil, water, and on. And I think it's important to have AGs about a specific type of natural resource. And I can bring for this paper some paragraphs in CP, because it's aligned with decision in this stage. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. I mean, I think what you're picking up is that how the standard actually hangs together in terms of what's in Cortex, what's in AG, what's in IG and IE. And I think particularly with those examples that we had with the CP, it may well be that those are actually implementation guidance and implementation examples if the principle is clear in the main standard or in AG. So I think that fits with that very deliberate approach that you're taking, Edwin. But I think Patricia's right that you need to make sure that you've got that progression all the way through. Thanks.
So moving along, we're at the flow chart, AG12 and onward. And then we move to page 14, Appendix B, amendments to other IPSAS. Amendments to IPSAS 1. Amendments to IPSAS 12.
Lynn.
So it doesn't just apply to IPSAS 12, but depending on where we get to on display and disclosure, my question was, and it applies to inventories, to investment property and agriculture, is there at any point where we want to make an amendment to those standards around a class? So do we want a separate disclosure of inventories that are natural resources? Question mark.
Edwin?
Yeah, we can give that some thought at the task force. I think we'll have to amend it for examples anyway, so we'll add that in if it's appropriate. Yeah.
Thanks, Claudia.
I'm going back to IPSAS 1. Ian, you made a intervention regarding that probably there's more in the standard than natural resources for conservation. So probably then we need more line items on the face of the financial statements. Actually, we only have natural resources held for conservation in IPSAS 1. So we should think about if it's broader, could be there more or not, and what we are doing with these natural resources.
Yeah, thanks, Claudia. Any other points on IPSAS 12?
So moving along, we're on to amendments to IPSAS 16, investment property. Top of page 15. Amendments to IPSAS 27, agriculture. Amendments to IPSAS 33. That's the top of page 16. Amendments to IPSAS 45.
And that's clearly where the discussion we've had about heritages will have a big impact.
And then we're on to BCs at the top of page 18. Starting with introduction. Scope. Top of page 19, definition of a natural resource. Identification of potential natural resources. Recognition and measurement of natural resources.
Yeah, Mike.
So just to remember, that would be the place where we should elaborate on initial measurement, because it's having recognition and measurement of natural resources, but mainly initial measurement that is not included in that paragraph.
Thanks, Mike.
So next, page 21, display and disclosure. Effective date and transition. Application guidance, accounting for subsequent expenditures incurred for natural resources related activities. That's it.
Okay. So I think, thank you very much, everyone. I think we've had a very good session. And we've finally landed the important issue of whether this is a separate standard or not. I think we should record our thanks to Edwin, but also to the task force and Renee as chair of the task force. I think you've done an excellent job for us in terms of moving the discussion forward. As ever, the reward for excellent work is that we've given you a lot more work. But I feel that we're in good hands, and I think let's just make sure we firm up on the list of instructions for what comes back in March, because I think that will enable us to really move this forward. I think we will reflect on the timing on this, but I think inevitably, March is not looking like a possibility in terms of approval. And although I haven't had the opportunity to discuss this with staff, I think this will be an important standard, and it's important that we take the time to get this right. So I think, we'll bring that one back. towards the end of the week, or at the end of the week when we discuss the what this means for the work programme. But until then, thank you very much, everyone. I think it's been a really good discussion amongst the board. And with that, we are at the lunch break. And if we can come back at 1:30, I'll give you the extra 3 minutes. Don't say I'm never generous. And then we'll move on to measurement application. Thank you.
All right. We're strange. But that was so sorry. Just for clarification, I know that they're presenting from.
Well, so Augustina will be sharing the slides, but John's in the room. But Augustina's gonna share all the slides.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because it's one deck.
Gotcha. I'll be queued up, but
Yeah.
And so I'll just do double pin with her.
Yeah. She's the only one. Camera on.
Plus your share screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. It's interesting. I lost like when they was and that's interesting because I'm interested in progress. Yeah, I don't see. It's a very it's amazing that they use the wish. So I box out. So, so when I tried last, they could not get. So he wasn't sure at the time whether or not, I know he was separate attention, whether or not that they could, he waived because of their separate.
Yeah, fair enough. When I sent an email saying, please let me know if you're not going to attend.
Yeah.
I'd have pulled it. Yes.
But I shall let.
And I do that.
And so I think it's -3. Just jealous, which just here.
Ah. Yes, I would think to wait for.
Again, yeah. Because this is the second time it's happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but for a lot of them, the day, we really can. I expect, put it down to the bank, but do it, yes.
Oh, really? Then we even think.
Big guy. But then they say they would make sure they have their party and they would say that it was because of the head off on that mark. They used to say to me, no, that's because what they want to do is they look at going to go green wrong with the also to name.
Yeah.
So to see me or talk about it. translate experience and I said to them, and that's why I said, no, again, there's no point in you going just because you want to go, just listen. You've got all your content, you've got to have a specific history, questions, etc., etc. Versus with the will. Yeah, they're stupid. Wow. They gave them the money. So this global growth had a way time there for deal was made a bit he came back not having understood what they'd been told. And he switched your life on the direction. Wow. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. So the word in my service.
If you want to join for the video, we're just down the hall.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's CD. So, to even though even though it's been too touchy, it's really they could be used. Okay, anyway, so what are you doing? And well, what's okay, and it's even like make you cry out. Yeah, sure. Okay. But you have something in it's
None of them really seem as though they never applied for a visa. That's what I discovered.
Really?
So it's just something.
Wow. I'm gonna have to prepare like a blacklet.
Yeah.
I feel like, yeah, that's bullshit. Okay. Good to know. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, it's not good.
No, because I practiced that's with the mud, but I didn't do it. Yeah. Crazy. Yeah. It's like everything. Let's try that. Where she held it right. It's like, fine, that's fine. So I get it. It's just finished. It's too bad. It's in the future. Which if you want to go to space,那个方案前2项是有这么多第3项可能性，所以要就是前2项加的是怎么做这个，然后在所以我组织方的评价之前要非常的起来的，对，主观思维。这个是在你在这边我参与是，那个就是说。This was yeah. 因为以前都是斜杠的片子，实际的哦，你第3个是你转弯的，第2个就是东北也行，对。看那个表情里面那个另一个思维去，我觉得这个应该也是另一个解释，因为这是信息的评价来说，而信息在主要各位，因为信息人得是in fact 不是我觉得在说的对他的跟那个英国觉得跟他用量非常强的，
Well, that obviously,
share the president's fine. Cool. At that point, I guess I'll hand it to Jamie.
I think he takes very fine.
For camera?
Yeah.
She's not on camera yet, but you made about put it up on the main. There we go.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. So we now move into measurement application phase. And this is a team effort. Dave, do you want to just lead us off, or is it Agostina? I'm not sure. Okay. So Agostina, we are in your hands if you want to introduce the first item. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. So first of all, apologies for not being there in person. I'm under the weather and with a cough, so I thought to be prudent to stay away and not spread any germs. With that, I would like to start the discussion on the measurement application phase. Sorry, 1 second. It seems I'm having, there we are. Okay. So the first agenda item that I wanted to discuss just quickly was agenda item 4.1.4, mainly just to discuss the project roadmap and see where we are at with the measurement application phase and what we'll be discussing today and what is the expectation coming up for the March meeting when the goal will be to approve the ED for the measurement application. Today we'll be discussing instructions received on IPSAS 12 and IPSAS 32, as well as the assessment on IPSAS 3 and the inconsistency with IPSAS 45 when it comes to what is a change in accounting policy versus an appropriate change in measurement basis under the current value model. Then John will be discussing with you IPSAS 21 and the update of illustrative examples. And then we will close it with the discussion and further instructions received on IPSAS 43. I don't know if, David, you would like to say any thoughts or share any viewpoints ahead of starting the discussion as the chair of the task force.
Thanks, Agostina. I think the only thing I'd like to say is thank you to the task force for the work that they've done over the past quarter, and also, of course, to wish you a speedy recovery. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I would like to discuss the first paper and the analysis. So particularly this paper looks to the inconsistency between IPSAS 3 accounting policy policies and changes in accounting estimates and errors with IPSAS 45's property, plant, and equipment. So when the IPSASB was developing IPSAS 45 and discussing current value model, the decision was that within the current value model, we have the entity has two current value measurement bases, being the current operational value and fair value. The IPSASB at that point has decided that the decision on which measurement basis to apply should be based on the primary objective for which the entity holds the item. And therefore, it was decided that if that property, plant, and equipment is held for operational capacity, it should be measured at current operational value. However, if at some point there was a change on why that property, plant, and equipment was held by that entity, then it was appropriate to change measurement basis to fair value. Now, when we look at the guidance on IPSAS 3, that is an overarching standard, we see that specifically paragraph 40 will state that if the entity changes a measurement basis applied, that should be treated as a change in accounting policy. And therefore, that will be inconsistent with what we have in IPSAS 45. It is because of that that the task force and the staff is recommending to amend that particular paragraph and to elevate that to be read as a change in accounting and a change in measurement basis. Sorry, apologies for that. When there is a change in measurement models as opposed to a change in measurement basis, that is when there is a change in accounting policy. So the recommendation for staff is mainly amend IPSAS 3 paragraph 40 to be consistent with the guidance in IPSAS 45. With that, I will open it for discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Agustina. So just take any comments from members on that proposed change. Todd.
Thanks, Ian. And I do agree with the recommendation. Just one thing that I think it would be helpful for us to think through and provide some clarity on is what is a change in measurement basis? So it's fine to change this to say, in this circumstances, it's at the model level, but we are actually silent on what a change in basis is. Is it a change in estimate or is it a change in accounting policy? And it could just be helpful to clarify that, whether it's through BCs or somehow make that point clear to constituents.
Thanks. David? Or Dave?
I was just going to say, I think that's a good point to make, and we can take that away. And I think that's probably something relevant to put in a BC.
Okay, thanks, Todd. So if there are no other comments, then I think we agree that change, just subject to that clarification then. Okay, so we move on to the next item, Agustina.
Thank you. So the next paper is agenda item 4.2.2, and this has several instructions that were received during the September meeting, and they have been broken down to be discussed one by one. So I will start first with IPSAS 12 that has a few instructions, and the first one was regarding the recommendation that materials or supplies to be consumed or distributed in the rendering of service at no charge or for nominal charge should also be included. So just to remind the board, when we discussed IPSAS 12 in September, the recommendation was to replace current replacement costs with current operational value as they share key principles, and this update will actually better align the measurement guidance in IPSAS 12 with the updated guidance in IPSAS 46. But one member raised the comment that when we look at IPSAS 12, this specific measurement of looking at the lower of cost or current replacement costs, and in this case to update to current operational value, did not take into account that inventories that are held for the distribution of rendering service at no charges or for a nominal charge were not included in that exception. And therefore, the recommendation is to amend paragraph 17 to reflect that those type of inventories are also considered to be held for operational capacity, and therefore it would be appropriate to replace current replacement costs with current operational value. And I will open it for discussion. Thank you.
So thanks, Agustina. And just to be clear, the changes you're recommending are on page 11 of 35. Okay, any comments on those, Mike?
So thank you, Chair. I agree replacing current replacement cost with current operational value, but however, I'm not so sure whether the let's say amendment or adding the point C, whether that's appropriate, because I think I don't know whether I got it right. What is the difference between distribution at no charge or for nominal charge and distribution in the rendering of services at no charge? Because basically I think the normal distribution is part of rendering services, let's say. So my suggestion would be, let's say, to have a look at ABC to whether we can combine two parts of that, or we can rephrase or reword it, because it's not self-explaining if you don't have the agenda item paper with you.
Thanks, Mike. Dave, you want to come back on that?
When I read this again last night, I thought what the amendment was doing was really being crystal clear. So I think there's A, B, and C, and I think A says if you have inventory held for distribution and nominal or no charge. B says if you have inventory that's being used in goods, and then C says inventory used in services. So I think it's just checking all the boxes that when you're using inventory and you're not going to earn a profit on it, I think A, B, and C are just covering off all the points. So hopefully that we can look to combine, but I actually like the clarity in having an A, B, and C.
Okay. Anybody else have strong views on that? I mean, I think it comes down to the question is, are we content with the principle and the way, you know, staff has actioned the request from the board? And then it probably is a matter of, you know, drafting preference, actually. No, Yassi.
Just want to clarify whether the cost approach would always be the measurement technique for COV, current operational value, in relation to inventories that are distributed at nominal or no charge. And what are the situations that we can use market approach to measure COV, if any? Thank you.
Dave?
So the guidance definitely doesn't limit COV to cost approach in the inventory standard. We don't get into that much detail. I think you can use market approach or cost approach to determine inventory. I think it'll depend on the information available. If you have a market, then you can use a market price to determine the price of inventory. If you don't, you'll have to use the cost approach to build up the cost of the inventory.
So I think, can we just have a look at whether it's appropriate to just make that point, and where it would come in terms of, you know, yeah, where it would come in. Because in a way, actually, given that all we're doing there is actually just applying the measurement standard, then it may just be a BC. But anyway, I'll leave it for that. Renee.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I had the exact same reaction as Mike on adding some paragraph C, and thank you for your explanation, Dave. But really, I mean, you're either distributing or consuming it, either in delivering a service or related to a good. So when I read A, I thought it was already implying that it was in the delivery of service. So I would have just combined A and C together and call it a day. But I'm not too sure there are 3 scenarios. I see 2.
I'm wondering whether the fact that the amendment says distribution or consumption, and whether actually you just need consumption.
I was just going to ask that staff take it away, because just to see how we combine it, I think it came from another paragraph, but I see your point on combining it. So let staff take it away and we'll clean it up.
Yeah, I mean, I would caution us on unnecessarily combining, but I can see the point that's being made about the fact that you've got distribution and then you've got consumption. So I can see that the point about distribution or is causing confusion. However, I could see the point that you made about consumption, then that it's entirely logical if you have that in B and C. And then I think the instruction, you know, that fits with the instruction from last time. So I think, yes, staff should take that away. I think we're agreeing the principle of this, but we can tighten it a little bit. Todd, final comment. I'm moving us on at that point.
Thanks, Ian. I agree with changing current replacement cost to current operational value. I think that's consistent with what we've done through the measurement project. I do, however, reflect when you look at what we've articulated in the measurement standard on current operational value, it is very heavily focused on property, plant and equipment, the way that it's described. So it gets into things like surplus capacity and all sorts of things that don't feel like they're going to have a lot of relevance when it comes to applying COV to inventory. And there may just be something to think through there. And it comes back to probably a point I might have been me that raised in the past about, are we moving from CRC, which is applied pretty easily, I think, right now, to a term that when you actually look at the material is a lot more complex because it's probably articulated, but it is articulated for PP&E. So if there's some way of, yes, COV, I think conceptually is right and lines up in our literature, but we don't want people to see it in the complicated way we've described it, which is appropriate for PP&E, but thinking about inventory. So I don't know if there's anything we can do to deal with that, but that might help, I think.
Okay, so I think we're agreeing to the change to COV. Some suggestions in terms of how the drafting is tightened up. And then I think there is this question, which was Noyati's point and as amplified by Todd, which is actually, do we need to bring anything in somewhere which just contextualizes it? Okay. So move us on then, Agustina.
Okay. So the next instruction on IPSAS 12 was the impact of introducing COV in IPSAS 12 and the interplay with IPSAS 27, the agricultural standard. And the analysis that is reflected on the paper is that IPSAS 12 already accounts for the fact that harvested biological assets will roll potentially into IPSAS 12 scope. And in that case, IPSAS 12 will acknowledge and require for the cost of those assets to follow fair value less cost to sell. So the analysis in the paper discusses that the introduction of COV does not change how the cost of inventory gets determined, rather is on the calculation of the recoverable amount being the lower of cost or, in this case, a proposal current operational value. And therefore, there's considered no impact on how IPSAS 27 assets that roll into IPSAS 12 are measured, the cost is measured is impacted. And therefore, the recommendation to replace current replacement costs with current operational value continues to be the one that's a task force and staff is recommending. Thank you.
Thanks, Agustina. Andrew.
Thanks. So I don't dispute the analysis in terms of the initial recognition and how that transitions from 27 into 12. I guess the point that I'm not yet clear in my mind and would be useful to have more analysis on is there a day 2 issue? So as it was said, later on, it's then the lower of cost or COV. If everything's coming in at a fair value less cost to sell, how does that compare to COV? And do we potentially sometimes then create an immediate day 2 recognition or a measurement problem that comes in here? So I think we just need to do a bit more thinking around that.
I think just to discuss that point in particular, right now, when we look at IPSAS 12, that day 2 would already exist, right? Because the point of subsequently measuring inventory at the lower of cost or current replacement cost in this case will have that same impact. So the introduction of COV necessarily doesn't create potentially a day 2 difference that is not currently existing on the current IPSAS 12. Like the idea, I think, for having that the lower of cost or current replacement cost currently is to reflect what is that recoverable amount that will be received when that inventory gets sold into the revenue, or in the case of being distributed at no fee for a charge. So I think I'm unclear on when we're saying this day 2 potentially change because of an introduction of COV, how does that change for the existing situation right now on IPSAS 12?
Dave, do you want to add before I go back to Andrew?
Just to be crystal clear, the introduction of COV isn't introducing this. If you see this as a day 2 issue, it's exactly the same accounting before. We think the COV principles and the CRC principles will give you the same counting outcome. So just replacing CRC with COV isn't creating a day 2 issue.
Andrew.
I guess I'm still not convinced there's not going to be a day two issue. If you're coming from a forced fair value basis that was existing in the biological asset standard to a COV, even if it was COC, that there is a day two issue that's potentially there, and maybe it was there before. And if we're considering the rollout over here, I think it's just something we just need to do a little bit more thinking on it. I think the analysis, in my mind, is just a bit light at the moment.
So I think the instruction is if staff can work with Andrew just to see whether we can essentially get the thinking in there, even if it's not there at the moment, that would be helpful to constituents. Okay. Renee.
Just a quick question of clarification. We're going to have a BC on this, right? Okay, thank you.
I mean, Dave.
So what staff will propose, and you should see this in March, is for every single IPSAS where there has been a change from an introduction of COV, there will be a BC. For every IPSAS where there has not been an introduction, there will still be a BC explaining the board's decision. And there will also be a BC in IPSAS 46 explaining this. So there will be BCs everywhere explaining every single board decision.
Thanks, Dave. I think that's helpful in terms of setting our expectations. Noyati.
Thank you. I will touch about the illustrative examples. In the examples, it's about the school bus, which is have to we use the replacement cost is totally damaged. What about if the bus is not totally damaged, but how to determine the COV at that point of time?
Can we deal with that under the next item, Noyati, because we're still on this one? Okay. Okay. So I think subject to that instruction to for staff to work with Andrew on that, just articulating that step. We're good with that. Okay, move us on, Agustina.
Okay. Oh, sorry. We jump. Okay. So the next instruction was when we think of replacing current replacement costs with current operational value, and we look at the definition of both, we see that current replacement cost is at the reporting date, while current operational value is at the measurement date. And the question was whether this will have an implication. Staff and task force discussed that when we think of a measurement date, the measurement date can happen at several moments to derive the value of the asset, and therefore the reporting date can be the measurement date. And current replacement cost with current operational value would not result in an issue because of the fact that the reporting date can also be the measurement date. Thank you.
Thanks, Agustina. Comments? Not seeing any flags up, so I think we're content with that.
Okay. And then the next instruction was specifically about IPSAS 32. So the instruction that we received in September was whether the initial measurement in IPSAS 32, which is currently at fair value, should be replaced with the terminology in IPSAS 46 to reflect that it should be the transaction price. The task force and staff discussed that when we look at the scope of the measurement application phase, it was to evaluate the applicability of COV more broadly across the IPSAS. And if we think of the purpose of IPSAS 46 was to ensure consistent application of the measurements and basis across IPSAS as opposed to replacing a specific guidance on the IPSAS. So we consider that analyzing whether the initial measurement in IPSAS 32 should be replaced with the terminology in IPSAS 46 today, which is meant to be generic, would be outside of the scope of the measurement application phase and would be better suited either in a narrow scope project or considering this strategy and work program out for consultation right now in a post-implementation review. Thank you.
Thanks, Agustina. comments on that proposal? Not seeing any flags up, so I think we agree with that. And there are a number of issues around 32, and I think that's, maybe that is where some form of post-implementation review is actually, that could be a candidate for that.
Okay, with that, I will pass it to John. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Agustina. John, over to you.
Yes, thanks, Ian. And we're here on agenda item 4.2.3. And where we got to in September was that staff proposed that the definition of recoverable service amount should have two components: fair value less cost to sell and current operational value. Current operational value, the proposal was that that should replace the definition value in use of a non-cash generating asset. There wasn't a decision, but generally speaking, that I think most people were quite supportive of what was proposed. However, there was a view that there needed to be more examples to demonstrate the impact of the staff proposal. There was also, I think it's fair to say, considerable reservations about onerous burdens being put on preparers by requiring the determination of fair value less cost to sell in cases where it was clearly not relevant. And the term in discussion, creation of a fair value factory, was used as an admonition to avoid this. So to move to that first, we think it's likely to be fairly clear which of these two arms of recoverable service amount, current operational value or fair value less cost to sell, is the key metric. And the other thing to note is that for entities on the historical cost model, determining current operational value or fair value less cost to sell doesn't it's not a change of accounting policy for subsequent measurement. Basically, what you're trying to do is to determine whether the resources embodied in the asset can be recovered either by operation of the asset or by sale of the asset. Now, I've tried to exemplify this by an example in Appendix B, the first example in Appendix B. In this instance, maybe I can let you turn to that. It's also cross-referenced in paragraph 8. There's clearly a permanent decline in the demand for the services provided by the asset as a result of a changed legislative regulatory environment and the reaction of consumers to that change. However, there is an active market for the office building in this case. It's a non-specialized asset, and there aren't any restrictions on its use. Therefore, it's likely that the amount on the balance sheet can be recovered through sale of the asset rather than its operation. In the other three examples in Appendix B, these are all examples where it seems quite apparent that the relevant metric will be current operational value. So in those instances, there won't be any need to determine fair value less cost to sell. So to summarize that, we think that the instances where fair value less cost to sell will be the relevant arm of recoverable service amount will be relatively limited. However, we don't think it's justifiable to eliminate fair value less cost to sell as a strand of recoverable service amount completely. And the idea is to give constituents a flavour of the circumstances in which fair value less cost to sell will be relevant. Okay, I think at that point, I'll close on that.
Okay, thanks, John. So take comments from members, and I think it certainly was helpful. I found it helpful personally to have the examples, and the fact that Appendix A is those that are on historical cost and B is on current value. Again, helping you think through the analysis. Okay, so any comments on what John has said there? Yeah, Patricia.
Thank you. The intention is to include this example in some places or not?
Yeah, I think further down the road, yes, the idea would be that we would include this as an example. At the moment, IPSAS 21 only includes examples for those on what is the cost model in IPSAS 21, and we now call the historical cost model. Basically, when IPSAS 21, the scope of IPSAS 21 was expanded to include assets on fair value at the fair value model for subsequent measurement, no new examples were included. So we do think that there do need to be some examples which specifically address entities who've adopted the current value model for subsequent measurement. So the idea, Patricia, would be that we would update the existing examples in IPSAS 21 and then add some further examples along the lines of those in Appendix B. They probably need more elaboration.
Okay, and then my suggestion is consider 2 points. And the first point is CUV can be measured based on market approach and cost approach. In the example, in Appendix A, it's only cost approach. And for example, in the first example, it's about, can I check it? It's about a central processing unity. Maybe its market approach is a better option than the cost approach. And the other point, I think I think this is more complex because in the example in Appendix B, about the portion of the building that can be used for financial capacity, I think it's necessary to align with the IPSAS 46 because when in paragraph B 23 and B 24, there is a requirements related to unused portion. Maybe in this, when the demand decrease, in fact, we have 2 different units of accounting, not necessarily the same unit of account, the impairment of the same unit of account. I think it needs further elaboration in this example. Thank you.
This is the example. This is the example of the new mainframe computer, which is operating at a lower productivity than anticipated. Is that right?
No, it's in the.
Is this Appendix A?
No, yes, Appendix A is about the use of market.
Yeah.
Appendix A included the use of market approach. In Appendix B, can I check the example here? The example about the building, that there is no restriction to use the 75% of the building.
Yeah.
In this case, I think it needs to further elaboration to consider that in this case, the entity can have may have a new unit of account, not the same unit of accounting for impairment test. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. I think those are both good points. And again, it highlights the fact we need to be consistent with the rest of our literature.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, thanks for that, Claudia.
Thank you. Yeah, a few of the points are the same which Patricia has made. I'm really struggling still with the fair value, best cost to sell, if it's really necessary or not. At first, we should make clear in the standard that this restriction, if there is no restriction, then only we have to go to fair value calculation, could be found in the standard. But we really have to think about it more what Patricia said, if you still have to split in the unit of account in 2 units of account. The standard is designed for non-cash generating assets. In the standards is a definition of cash generating assets, are assets held for the primary objective of generating of commercial return. An asset generates a commercial return when it's deployed in a manner consistent with adopted by a private profit-oriented entity. And then it's generating positive cash inflows. That means all of these, we don't have a non-cash generating item. And then I feel a little bit strange then to use an exit value, which is the time for selling the asset, for measuring it. So maybe we can solve this issue because then we have 2 units of account, or it's no longer in non-cash generating assets. So I'm still a little bit struggling if it really works. Even we had it already in the past, this issue.
So what really requires to be done is actually to explore this example in more detail. And I agree with you that, with what you're saying, that essentially, actually you're saying in this case, then that would mean that, you could dispose of it, in which case. So I think there's a bit of an interaction there with IPSAS 44 that needs thinking through. And again, working through the example and splitting the unit in accordance with 46 may well help just in terms of working that through. Okay, Lynn, then Renee.
So I don't know if it's just me that struggles a little bit with this. I don't disagree necessarily with the recommendation, but when you're in a current value model, I still end up feeling that I'm comparing current operational value, which is how I'm holding it now, to then the higher of fair value less cost to sell current operational value. If fair value less cost to sell is higher, I ignore it because it's then higher than my current operational carrying value. So I wonder, so to me, the outcome when you're in the current value model is that you will never have an impairment of a non-cash generating asset. And I don't know if I'm missing a trick there. I can see it in the cost model, but is the ultimate outcome that we end up only having impairments for non-cash generating assets under the cost model and not under the current value model? Or am I missing something? Or is there an example that we could put in? Because when I looked at the Appendix B examples, I didn't find that they helped me get there as to sort of when I would value at anything other than COV. But I don't know if it's just me that's missing something.
Dave, do you want to come back on that?
Well, practically, I think if you're on current operational value, rather, if you're on the current value model, you're likely to be on a rolling valuation basis. So these are all examples of intervening events which have occurred, which are likely to impact current operational value. Now, in all these instances, for simplicity's purpose, the entity has decided that current operational value is higher than fair value less cost to sell. So there's no need to go into determining fair value less cost to sell. What this does do is to indicate that there may be instances where you need to actually bring forward your valuation program because there's been an indication of impairment in the year. Now, that may be physical damage. It may be a change to the technological legislative environment. It may be an instance where you've done an analysis of the asset and found that the asset's productivity is less than originally projected. So the idea would be you probably reconsider your bringing forward the date at which you next revalue this asset.
Lynn.
Wouldn't I do that in any case if I thought there was a trigger that meant I was at risk of not being materially accurate in my COV at the reporting date? Wouldn't that bring forward evaluation, I guess, is my challenge? Or could we write the thing more simply that if there's an impairment trigger, you bring forward the valuation, rather than making people go through a complex exercise that you just end up back at COV?
Well, yeah, but COV is likely in that instance to be lower than the COV you've brought forward.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. All you're saying is it's a change in timing of valuation.
It could be, yes.
I mean, can't we say that more simply if that's what we're talking about?
I think that's right, actually, Lynn, that what this is about articulating that more explicitly. And I think it's back to your point, John, that actually what we're doing here is actually not only looking at this from a point of do we bring in COV, but it's actually really working this through in a current value environment when the original standard wasn't created with that context, which is what makes this tricky.
I mean, if you go back to the original approval of IPSAS 21 in 2004, the line of thinking was very much along the lines you've outlined, that as part of the revaluation process and as part of the requirement that a valuation be materially accurate at the reporting date, then you would pick up any impairments through regular revaluations. 10 years down the track, there were comments that, well, why we were implying that impairments could never occur for assets on the current value model. And also, why were we differing from the ISB in excluding from scope assets other than those on the cost model? I hope that makes some sort of sense.
I think, though, this comes back to Lynn's point that this is about communication. And I think probably what I would suggest, John, is that actually you work with Lynn to get the drafting right to articulate that.
Yeah, possibly we need to bring forward into the core, and we haven't yet looked at a revamped IPSAS 21, but some of the thinking in the appendix to bring forward into the core text.
Todd, do you want to come in on this?
I'm on this point, yeah. That's why I put my flag up. My recollection is that we made this change because under PP&E, you have to revalue all of a class. So it's at a class level. And there are situations where you could have an individual asset within a class that has signs of impairment. And so we specifically made the change to the impairment standard to deal with that particular issue. If we reversed and went back to what we had 10 plus years ago, I think it does raise the issue then that you would, if you had an impairment of one asset within a class, you would have to revalue the whole class. And I think that's cost prohibitive. I don't think the cost benefit stacks up. So I think we should keep this here, but it needs a good explanation so that people understand why it is. Because I can see why Lynn got to the point that she did, but that is my understanding of why we allow for impairment, because it's at an individual asset level, whereas revaluations are at a class level.
Thanks, Todd. I think that's helpful to remind us of that thinking. Lynn, you want to come back on that?
So I can absolutely understand that. That's all still about the communication, but the calculation you're doing is bringing forward a valuation at COV of an individual asset. You're not you're not doing an exercise that compares one, you're just doing all you're doing is bringing forward your valuation, a COV valuation. And that's what I think we could be saying much more clearly than getting people to think, have I got to do this calculation and this calculation and this calculation, when actually in practice, all I'm doing is bringing forward a COV valuation on an individual asset.
Okay, thanks. I think that's been a useful conversation. So I think the action that comes out of that is John, if you can work with Todd and Lynn, just to make sure we bring in the thinking behind what we already had there, so we don't inadvertently create any problems with then addressing Lynn's point.
Yeah, and Todd's entirely right that one of the things we did was to try and ensure that an impairment for one asset within a class didn't mean that you had to revalue the entire class. So thank you for raising that.
Okay, thanks.
Should I move on?
So I think reflecting on where we've got to, the interventions seem to be around how this works in practice and how we communicate it. I'm not hearing challenges to the principle of bringing in COV. Yeah, in bringing in COV, because we already have fair value. So
yes, we have fair value. The only change there, of course, is the assumptions behind fair value in IPSAS 46, which are much more explicitly exit based. Yes.
Yep. Okay. Todd.
Are we separately going to talk about the examples, or are we finishing it now?
Subject to the chair's view is that we would go through the three approaches in IPSAS 21 and see how these relate to current operational value.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Just I have got some comments, so okay.
Yeah, I mean, so
you
know, if there are drafting comments, then I think those offline to John, because it is important, and I think Patricia was entirely right to pick up the point that she did. The idea was to go through the examples by exception, and clearly they also pick up the points in terms of measurement techniques.
Yeah, moving on. There are three approaches to determining value in use of a non-cash generating asset in IPSAS 21. And those were very, very briefly outlined at the September meeting. Those approaches, techniques are firstly depreciated replacement cost, secondly what is known as restoration cost, and thirdly something known as the service unit approach. Now, we don't have data on how broadly these approaches are being used. We can project, and it is pure conjecture, that the first of the three, pure depreciated replacement cost, is likely to be the most commonly used approach. So we've looked at current operational value, and we've looked at depreciated replacement cost, and the definitions or descriptions of those two metrics are given in the second and third bullet points. So current operational value, the amount that an entity would pay for the remaining service potential of an asset at the measurement date. DRC, the explanation in IPSAS 21 is the replacement cost of an asset is the cost to replace the asset's gross service potential. This cost's depreciated to reflect the asset in its use state. So the conclusion we've come to is that in substance, depreciated replacement cost equates to the cost approach in current operational value. The conclusion is that the accounting outcome in terms of recoverable service amount and an impairment loss is the same as in IPSAS 21. And the only difference is the methodology. that we are replacing the term value in use of a non-cash generating asset with current operational value. And the demonstration of this is in the examples in Appendix A primarily. Okay. So that's the first analysis, and the recommendation, therefore, is that current operational value is an appropriate measurement basis for recoverable service amount.
Okay, so I think we pause at that point in time and check that members are content with that recommendation. Okay, so I think we're good with that.
Now, unfortunately, the plot gets rather thicker if we look at restoration cost. In IPSAS 21, restoration cost is a technique for estimating value in use of a non-cash generating asset where the asset sustained physical damage. And this is actually a hybrid approach, hybrid technique. It requires the estimation of the depreciated replacement cost. And then once you've got depreciated replacement cost, you subtract the cost of restoring the asset to its pre-impaired state. And you can see the approach in IPSAS 21 in the example in Appendix B, which is an example of bus which has sustained extensive damage and is no longer providing any service potential at the measurement date. Okay. So staff came to the view that if an asset is damaged to the extent that it can't deliver a service at the measurement date, then its current operational value is zero. That's if you disregard any scrap value that asset might have. It could well be, it probably is, that the entity has an intention to repair the vehicle some point after the measurement date. But that is measurement intent, and the view of staff is that you should assess the position at the reporting date rather than in the future. Certainly, there's an alternative view, and I know some of my colleagues are wedded to this, that restoration costs remains a viable method of accessing current operational value. So really, the two options are to go with a staff view that the impairment should be assessed by reference to the state of the asset at the measurement date, or should management intent to repair that asset be reflected in the impairment calculation as it is in current IPSAS 21. I hope that makes sense. The recommendation flowing from that from staff then is that restoration cost should not be retained in an updated IPSAS 21.
Thanks, John. So open up for comments. Claudia.
I've only a question, John. What's happened when the repairing is in January? After the reporting date, it's December, and it's not an intention because it's already done before they finish preparing the financial statements. So have they to impair or not?
I would say yes. Yes, it should reflect the position. If the reporting date is in December, it should reflect the position in December. When you come to repair the asset, that's when you make the decision whether to capitalize that amount. So potentially in the next reporting period, you would be reversing that impairment loss.
I mean, the question in your example, Claudia, is probably, are you irrevocably committed to that repair at the end of the year? Because if you're not, then I think that's John's proposal.
Certainly, the example doesn't go into the complexity that you have indicated. So we don't actually look at a position where, as in your example, as Ian says, the decision's been made, it's been communicated, and there's a irrevocable commitment to repair the asset to its pre-impaired state. So that's possibly something we need to look at in the further development.
Thanks. Todd.
Thanks, Ian. When I looked at this example, I did react to the 0. I know you acknowledge the scrap value, but it would trouble me if we completely wrote this off if it does have a scrap value, which made me wonder whether we've got everything right when we work through the COV thing, because I can understand why you put a 0 COV on it, but if you could sell it for, I don't know, 20,000 currency units as scrap, you wouldn't want to write it down below 20,000, would you?
Your mic's not on.
Back pattern. There isn't any scrappage value, and that's purely for simplicity of the argument. I agree with you that in the real world, that's probably a somewhat naive assumption.
I mean, it may come down to the choice of example, because if I give you a different example, which unfortunately is very close to home to me, literally, we have a very old cast iron suspension bridge, which has actually been closed to traffic, indeed closed to both river traffic and road traffic for 5 years. And there is an argument about whether to restore it and what to restore it to. And from real life, my contention is it has no value as a bridge at the moment because you can't use it. So I think that's, and there is an argument about whether to restore it, to replace it, whatever, which is highly dependent on funding and arguments between 3 different bodies, etc. So I think that may be a better example, and certainly if you were going to, it's old. So I think, if you were valuing it on current value, that would be a cost approach, and it would be fully impaired. Dave.
Well, I just think, Todd, this is a really good example of, I don't think we got the principles wrong on COV. I think what this illustrates is the importance of having higher of fair value or COV. So I think John's example is trying to illustrate COV, but to your point, if there's a scrap value, that's why you would have the higher up. So you still record the, I think you said 20,000 currency units.
Just to sorry, we're on page 8 of agenda item 4.2.3, which is page 23 of 35. And as we've been saying, this is the bus which somebody has totaled during the year.
Yeah, I think to make the point more clearly, actually, maybe we should try using Hammersmith Bridge as the example. Andrew's smiling because his brother lives in Barnes, so he probably has sympathy with that as well.
Just to explain to everybody, Ian can do it better, that this is a bridge which has been closed for about 5 years, and it necessitates a 2-mile diversion to get from Barnes to Hammersmith.
Yeah,
which is a big tube station.
Yeah,
right. There we are.
Okay, so if we write up Hammersmith Bridge without naming the guilty party,
okay. But I certainly agree that I think Claudia has indicated an area of complexity that we need to look at.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. So I think subject to getting the examples right, I sense we're content that at this stage we should remove this technique. Clearly, in making that proposal, we will need to ask a specific matter for comments, I think.
Yeah.
To see whether there are any counter arguments to removing restoration first approach. Lynn.
Yeah, so like I said before, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with the removal of restoration cost approach, and when we get to the service unit approach, but I question then the inclusion of the examples in an updated standard if because why would we include examples of approaches we no longer allow in an updated standard?
I don't think there's any intention to do that. So it's not the case that
That's what the recommendation says, John.
Is it?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, what I've said is that they would need to be further developed. And clearly we wouldn't include superseded versions.
Yeah, I think if as a result of the discussion we have today, I think what we need to do then is go back and review the selection of examples and indeed the number of examples, because it's all about explaining different approaches, and then we can reflect essentially the development of our thinking through basis for conclusions rather than inclusion of a redundant example.
I think there will be obviously we'll have to decide how we're going to approach this in the basis for conclusions when we explain why these techniques aren't being retained. And you're right that the recommendation, as stated, is does suggest we're going to include both. So that's not the intention, but I can understand the interpretation, which is in line with what was written. So apologies for that.
Okay. Thanks then for picking that up. Liang.
Thanks, Chair. Actually, I'm quite struggling on this. Maybe I have another example. Say we have a car and the value, the market price of the car may be quite high, such as more than $20,000. Now, this car was damaged, not a very big damage, but maybe you cannot use the car at this moment, or at this moment, the management also have no intention to repair it, just like let it be. So my question is actually, based on my common sense, I cannot accept the value, the COV of this car is zero at this moment. I know it cannot, we cannot use this car at this moment, but consider the market price is quite high at this moment, and the damage is not a big damage. Actually, if you want to repair it, you maybe only use a small cost to repair it. But based on our analysis just now, we say the COV is zero. Actually, I understand the logic, but I cannot accept the conclusion. Thank you.
I mean, I think the example that you put forward is probably where fair value less cost to sell would be relevant, because this is an example of damaged vehicle. Well, there could be a specialist out there who sees a bargain here and would be prepared to pay at least what is the carrying amount of the vehicle. So in that instance, I don't think you would show an impairment loss. Does that make sense? That somebody out there would be willing to take that off you for an amount which could be close to carrying amount. Sorry, Dave, do you want to?
I mean, I think it's the original choice of example which is causing problems, rather than that doesn't really support the retention of restoration cost approach. It's actually that there's that you'd consider that separately.
Yes.
I think.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting example.
Todd.
Just to go to Liang's point, I think if we are going to include examples, and we were going to use an example like the one that's showing zero, we would need to articulate what its fair value less cost to sell, and say that you would only write it down to that amount. So I think we need to be explicit about that. If we're going to go with an example in this area, its COV might be 0, but its fair value less cost to sell might be 20,000 currency units. So you would only write it down to the 20,000. As long as we get that covered off, I think it goes to your point. In your case, it might have been 19,000 of the, you'd get 19,000 for the damaged $20,000 vehicle or whatever, but we need to be very clear about that in examples.
So I think that goes to the examples that we do include, rather than Lynn's point that there are examples that we wouldn't necessarily include. But in explaining how we're proposing to remove the restoration cost approach, I think that's where you're going to have to use an example like the Hammersmith Bridge one, which actually demonstrates in that situation that's the reason why you wouldn't do that. And I think it's different for an asset like that versus a vehicle. I think that's a wholly different situation. And there are many possible, as Liang has pointed out, there are many. So I think it's what we do propose to include by way of examples needs further thought in terms of the principles. Versus this is an example of basis for conclusions on why we're proposing to remove restoration costs. And we would also have to include an SMC to that effect. So we have to explain it, but we wouldn't include the example or propose to include an example doing that. Okay, so move us on to the service unit.
Is something known, last approach in IPSAS 21, something known as the service units approach. And again, this is a hybrid technique or approach that determines the current replacement cost of the original asset, then reduces that cost for reduced output. Now, the staff view is that rather than looking at an asset with the specification of the original asset, it's better to go straight to the current operational value of an asset, providing the reduced service level. And the example here is in Appendix A. That again would lead to a slightly higher impairment loss. Similarly to restoration costs, the alternative view would be that the service units approach is a viable way of actually accessing current operational value. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
And the example here is in page 9 of agenda item 4.2.3. So it firstly looks at the current position under IPSAS 21, and then on page 10 gives the staff proposal for the revised approach.
Okay. So comments on the proposal to remove the service units approach. So I'm not seeing any flags raised, so I think we agree with that recommendation.
Thank you. And again, I think the idea, Ian, is that we'd have a specific matter for comment on this because it is
yes, absolutely.
Change.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's as far as I've taken it this quarter. Thank you for the comments and the discussion, which was very, very useful. So I've taken away quite a few points. The need to look at unit of account, Lynn's point in particular about the way we communicate this, and to make sure that we're not overcomplicating things, particularly when it comes to jurisdictions on the current value model. We've got the example from Claudia where we've got a very firm commitment having been made before the reporting date to repair.
Well, I think, can we come back and have a look at that, John, in the context of examples? And the question I was going to ask, you know, I mean, clearly we're going to need to re-look at the selection of examples to go in. I don't know, Todd, you made a point, you got some comments. Are there any of those that we need to discuss now, or? Okay.
Just one comment, and it's when you get into Appendix B, and Appendix B is all about when you're on a current value model. And I think all of the examples have got big depreciation numbers in there, which I think are getting in the way. I don't think we need to show depreciation, because if you look just at the very first example, we're saying that the current operational value in 2023 is an amount, and then we're deducting depreciation from it. Well, if it is the current value now, there is no depreciation. So I think there's a bit of thinking to do when we get to examples in that current value model to make sure that it's very clear. If it is a current value, it doesn't need depreciation.
Yeah, that's absolutely. Thanks for that point.
Okay. Thanks for that, Todd. I think, you know, less is more in this respect. And if we can be clear about what the principles are and how they're treated in the various different circumstances, it's really the purpose of the examples.
Yeah, the reason for that row B with the terminology, which I agree with you, Todd, is incorrect, was to bring in depreciation, which is relevant to the subsequent calculation. But I take your point.
Okay. But I think Todd's point is still, actually, do we need to give that information here in terms of what we're trying to exemplify?
Yeah.
I mean, I think these examples are very useful in terms of helping the board develop its thinking, but that's different to what we would propose going forwards, when I think the points that have been made by Patricia and others come into play, which is, okay, what are the various different parts of this that we would actually want to exemplify in adding to the standard. Good. Okay. Thanks, John. I think that's been a very helpful paper, actually.
Thank you.
Okay. Discussion. So then we move on to 4.2.4, and Agustina, is that back to you?
Yes, that will be back to me. Thank you, Ian. So the last paper on agenda, item 4, is on IPSAS 43 instruction. When it was discussed in September, there was a discussion to see what is actually being proposed in ED 84 and what is the existing guidance on IPSAS 43. And then on top of that, where do we see the COV is applicable? So I thought it would be helpful to have one slide that shows all of that, kind of and reinforces that why was COV developed, which was a subsequent current value measurement for asset held for operational capacity. What are leases, right, which are contracts or part of a contract that convey the right to use an asset for a period of time in exchange of consideration. And I think it's important to highlight that it's for a period of time, which is key from a lease perspective. And what we see is that at leases, the measurement at initial measurement will vary depending whether the lease is at market terms or the lease is at below market terms. So we have two specific measurement techniques provided by IPSAS 43 and proposed by ED 84. And then when we look at the subsequent measurement, there's a cross-reference to IPSAS 16 and IPSAS 45. So now when we're thinking on the paper analysis kind of focus on whether COV will be applicable at each of these points in time, we see that at initial measurement, IPSAS 46 is not meant to replace a specific guidance on IPSAS, but rather to provide consistent application of measurement techniques. So the paper, when it looks at leases at market terms, it analyzes that because it's at market terms and it's an exchange transaction, COV will not be necessary, which was the case when we looked at IPSAS 45, where it was determined that COV would be applicable at initial measurement for non-exchange transactions. When we look at below market terms, the paper discusses how the principles that are contained in this present value of payments for at least at market rates based on a current use of the assets of the underlying asset at the commencement date share key principles with COV. Having said that, I think the key point is that it is a a specific measurement technique provided in ED84, and therefore COV is now looking to replace that per IPSAS 46. So the paper concludes that COV would not be necessary at initial measurement, neither for leases at market terms or below market terms. Later, when we look at the applicability of COV at a subsequent measurement, then IPSAS 43 cross-reference to IPSAS 16 and IPSAS 45. ED84 does not recommend changes to that cross-reference, and therefore the focus is on the fact that when the IPSASB looked at IPSAS 16, it concluded that COV was not applicable since assets in the scope of IPSAS 16 are not held for their operational capacity. However, when we look at IPSAS 45, and this was discussed in September, and it continues to be the view from staff and the task force, is that for IPSAS 45, COV will consider to be applicable when the right of use asset is primarily held for its operational capacity. This is why the recommendation from staff is that COV is applicable for subsequent measurement of right of use asset held primarily for operational capacity when the lessee elects to apply the current value model in accordance with IPSAS 45. With that, I will open it for discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Agustina, for that explanation. And I mean, clearly, this is where, you know, we're doing what we've done on a number of occasions, which is trying to make sure that we're fitting different bits of our literature together. I don't know, Lynn, if there's anything any comments you want to make from, no. Okay, so if I open up for comments from board members. Yeah, Patricia.
I agree with the recommendation that the IPSAS 43 indicate a specific measurement criteria in accordance with IPSAS 46. But I think we are in different page in these two projects, because in this project, the appendix B indicate that can I check it? The market rate can be seen as a proxy or a way to estimate how much the lessee would have to pay if the lease was made at market rates. There is an idea, the connection with the market rate with entry value and entity specific. And it's not clear in the AD84. I think it's necessary to have the same background in two different projects. So my suggestion should be specify that market rates are determined based on entry value and entity specific measurement. In fact, it's according with COV, but in the leases project, it's not clear. Initially, my position was to consider fair value as market rates, but I analyze again. Have analyzed the IPSAS 43 and specifically the basis for conclusion in IFRS 16, and the IFRS 16 in BC 148 indicated that decision to consider cost and not current value or fair value, specifically in IFRS it's a fair value, was made to have a less complex and less costly measurement for initial and subsequent measurement, because there is often no active market for right of use assets. Then I think it's okay, the decision to have the less complex and less costly, it's okay, but it's necessary to clarify that to have a less complex and less costly measurement base is necessary to consider entry value and entity specific value. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave, you want to come back on that?
So Patricia, your interpretation is consistent with mine. I would say that when measuring leases, they're from an entry perspective. And when we've used market rates, it's the generic term. You look to the market, what's the market rate? So I think it's pretty easy to clarify that we're looking at market rates from an entry perspective. So I agree with your interpretation and happy to take that away and add some clarification, probably AGs and a BC probably.
Patricia, back on that.
Or maybe not use market rate, because market rate is used in other places in the IPSAS 43, but to establish the principle based on this idea. Maybe the use of the market rate is not appropriate because the term is used in other IPSAS, like João has find the other IPSAS that use the same terms. But I think the principle is this, and meant to present without use the used market rate. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a fair comment in terms of not using a term if the specific usage is going to be different to either one that we've already defined or somebody else. So I think Dave, if you and Agustina can work with Patricia to make sure that we've got that explanation, we use the right terms and that the explanation is clear. Okay, Andrew.
Thanks. I probably have a bit of an opposing view to Patricia in terms of the terms market rate. So I guess in terms of the questions asked, initial recognition, comfortable with the views. I think where I start to run into problems is when you've got concession releases, because COV is defined as entity-specific least cost. And I've read it multiple times just to double check that in fair value, we've got the hierarchy that says first go to a market observable inputs, and then you kind of work your way down. That hierarchy doesn't exist in a COV, and my reading, almost least cost, has got a preference over going to a market rate, for example. So if we're going to start proposing to use COV on a subsequent measurement for a concessionary lease, I think that takes you back down to your concessionary amount, away from what we've now proposed in 43, which is the market rate. And that's why I've perhaps got a slightly different view, and it's mainly going to affect, I think, concessionary leases rather than your normal on-market leases. And I think it would be good, perhaps, I mean, in 43, we've gone with that specific wording, and there was a lot of thought that went into that for the initial recognition of a concessionary lease. It might be useful, I think, to continue that through to the subsequent measurement as well. Thanks.
Okay, so I think there's partly a discussion of principles, which is a discussion facilitated by staff between you and Patricia. But then I think having concluded that, then I think there's staff need to work with you to make sure that the guidance is right on subsequent measurement. Clearly, that's the area that we need to get right. Okay, Todd.
Just thinking about this and what would help me, perhaps if we had some work through examples in terms of the COV of a right of use asset, going to both Patricia and Andrew's points, that will help us when we come back and look at whatever changes are made as a result of this conversation, the reality of what it means through the use of some examples, perhaps.
That may be challenging, I think. Can we leave that one with staff and to work with Andrew and Patricia on that and see, whether there's something that actually adds explanation. I'm nervous on this because we've got to make sure that we've got the right interplay with ED 84 stroke, concessionary leases. So yeah,
we need to make sure it's right, and perhaps
I agree, but I think we need to, there's a point at which you cut off on this. Lynn.
So just one observation is that Andrew is sort of saying he would prefer us to in effect ignore the concession on the subsequent measurement of a right of use asset. But you get concessions given to you when you purchase an asset as well. So there is a bit about wherever we end up, we do need consistency between owned and leased assets in our thinking. Otherwise, that also ends up a hole where we have donated assets or heavily subsidized assets. So I just feel a bit nervous about just looking at right of use assets when the same principles around concession or subsidy applied to owned assets. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but when we do the exercise, we need to do a cross check to owned assets as well.
Dave, thoughts on that? I mean, the trouble is this starts to become a major exercise in its own right.
Thinking, and I think wow, Augustine and I need to sit down with Patricia, Lynn, and Andrew and just make sure we've captured everything and we can come back to the board and kind of propose a way forward.
Okay, I might suggest that this is a Thursday afternoon activity, because certainly if we can get everybody together, I think that would be helpful to bottom out whether, what we have is a real difference of views in the approach, or whether it's actually how we describe it. And then to Lynn's point about, wanting to make sure that there's a consistent approach between assets that are subject of a lease arrangement and assets that are actually owned. Okay, so I think that's probably that's a Thursday afternoon. I'm not sure it's a task force, but it's a task group anyway. Okay, so I think, maybe I think we have to do that piece of work before we come back and make a final decision on this. Although, I mean, I think subject to that piece of work, I don't think I'm hearing any objections from the boards to the line of travel on this. That helps, but I think we do have to see that before we make a final decision. Okay. So I think that gets us there, doesn't it, in terms of the papers?
Yes,
okay.
it does.
Thanks very much to staff and to the task force, I think, on this. A good team effort. And as David made the point last time round, we're getting to the tough end of this in terms of the project. So I think in terms of next steps, we're expecting that we will see a draft ED at the next meeting, as well as papers addressing the instructions from today. Good. Okay. With that, we take a break and we come back in 20 minutes' time. Thank you. So what you'll have missed is the look of horror on Abdullah's face that he's been asked to pick up climate-related disclosures rather than just IPSAS 33. Whilst we're getting the slides sorted out, Lynn, you wanted to make an announcement just in terms of the W Network meeting.
Yes, so ladies in the room, just a reminder that we've got the W Network happening after the meeting. If we finish early, we get to start the W Network early, and it'll be out in the area where we have had our lunch and breakfast and snacks and what have you. So look forward to seeing you there. If there are ladies in the room who haven't signed up, don't worry, it's okay to come along. We have the ladies networking event, like I say, straight after. And Hervé, Adrienne, if you want to pop a skirt on, it's fine. You can come too. You can come too if you want to. Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, so I think really, without further ado, over to you, Abdullah, in terms of progress made on the IPSAS 33 scope update.
Thank you, Chair. And just briefly, just given a background, back in June 22, we shared with the board some feedback we got from some of the jurisdictions who applied the IPSAS 33. The board agreed that something has to be done with IPSAS 33, and asked us to go and come back with suggestions on how to approach that or how to do that. And in September, we came back with a number of options, 5 options, and the board saw option number 4 was more appropriate, where we had something to do with alignment, rearranging IPSAS 33 to align it with IFRS 1, and also look up some of the solutions to deal with the financial management issues. And yes, and that was the takeaway we got from the board. And today we are accompanied from 2 of my team. If I introduce them, Sajida Alasfor, she is from my team. She joined us a couple of months back, but she picked up and been working really diligently with us. And also Ryan, who also working with us on IPSAS 33. Sajida will do the presentation with support from Ryan. I'm sorry to keep them up late, and sorry for not putting much effort to get them to come with me to Toronto this time, but hopefully in the future we'll do that. And also don't want to forget to thank David, who's been really a huge support to us and all the work that we've been doing. And without further ado, I will just leave the floor for Sajida for the interview, for the presentation.
Oh, you're on mute, Sajida.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Abdullah. Hi, good evening. This is Sajida Alasfor, Financial Consulting Specialist from Ministry of Finance, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Please allow me to thank the IPSAS board for giving the opportunity to present to you today the limited scope update of the project of IPSAS 33, first-time adoption of accrual basis IPSAS. Next slide, please. First of all, I would like to give an overview of today's meeting agenda from project summary, project brief, key issue, discussion and instruction, and development of IPSAS 33. Next slide, please. As a reminder of the project summary is to address stakeholder concerns with the standard, as well as enhancing IPSAS 33 first-time adoption of accrual basis. Next, please. Again, task force chair is Mr. Abdullah Al-Mahdal and technical advisor is David Watkins. Next slide, please. Moving to appreciate the work from the team from Ministry of Finance, Saudi Arabia, that has been assigned by Mr. Abdullah Al-Mahdal to assist in this project. Next, please.
And I should just say, sorry to intervene, Abdullah, we're tremendously grateful for the work that's gone into this and for the way in which the members of your team are contributing to this. I think that really adds a lot to the project. So thank you very much. And also thank you to Sajida and Ryan for the late night. Sorry, Sajida, over to you.
I appreciate it. Next, I will focus on the project brief, the two main key issues of IPSAS 33, first-time adoption of accrual basis, specifically agenda item 5.3.1. Although, as mentioned in agenda item 2.2.1, the IPSAS board does not usually approve project brief for limited scope projects. However, we would like to ensure the scope remains limited and timely solution is available. Staff identify some key issues which they recommend the IPSAS board to address in the project brief. Key issue number 1 is the late application of IPSAS 33, first-time adoption of accrual basis. There is a little guidance in IPSAS 33 about the preparation phase and is only relevant when the planning stage has been completed. Additionally, the base for conclusion has a little to say about the preparation phase, which means that IPSAS 33 does not cover the entire period of IPSAS implementation, specifically the preparation phase. In fact, it applies when much of the planning has been already done and the entity is in the final stage of moving toward the full accrual basis IPSAS. For more clarification, we can move to the next slide. In this illustration picture, we can see the accrual transitional journey from the preparation phase until the date of compliance with IPSAS. Currently, the actual role of IPSAS 33 begins with the date of adoption, and there is no role for IPSAS 33 in the preparation phase, which represents an important phase to the first-time adopter. First-time adopter spends a long time in the preparation phase to enable itself to start the journey of accrual basis IPSAS, which leads to the need for a clearly sequenced and phased strategy with a credible time frame for implementation of accrual accounting prior to the IPSAS adoption. Next slide, please. The second key issue is a first-time adopter is encouraged but not required to recognize and measure certain assets and liability. We mean by this key issue that a first-time adopter is encouraged but not required to recognize assets and liability, revenue and expenses, and other exemptions that allow the adopter to start recognizing such as transaction and balances over a period of 3 years, which give rise to several issues and challenging for the first-time adopter and for the user of transitional financial statements. IPSAS 33 paragraph 36 states that where a first-time adopter has not recognized assets and liability under its previous accounting base, it's not required to recognize or measure the assets and liability for the 3 years following the adoption date of IPSAS, which we consider in our project as a key issue. Next slide, please. We recommend the IPSAS board approve the project brief limited scope updates IPSAS 33 first-time adoption of accrual basis. I am handing it to you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that introduction. And I think, the fact that those two issues are very real actually came out of that excellent presentation from Cameroon that was given to the HAG yesterday. And I don't know, Fabienne, whether there's anything else you want to add at this stage.
You said it all basically, that transition period and the 3 years raises a lot of questions.
Yeah, I think it was very clear that that was an issue, and also this confusion around what was required for fair presentation and what wasn't required for fair presentation. What I'd propose is, because the board hasn't had an opportunity just to walk through the document, that we just walk through section by section, and then I'll ask if the board is content to approve the project brief. So if we can just take any comments on the introduction section. Then we move on to the project rationale. Then we have the project objective. The project outline, section 4. Todd, you want to come in on section 4?
Yes, thanks, Ian. And when I was reading through this and just reflecting on what IPSAS 33 is trying to do, and then reading key issue 1, I wondered whether IPSAS 33 can really go to addressing that key issue properly, or whether we've got pathways to accrual and we've got IPSAS 33, and do we need something in the middle that really helps in that preparation phase? Because I don't think IPSAS 33 is really designed around key issue 1.
Thanks. Ross, I don't know whether you want to come in or Abdullah.
Yeah, that is one of the issues that we want to capture for that. From what we heard from constituents, IPSAS 33 did a little with the preparation phase. And when we presented in September, we were thinking of how we find a linkage between how we do with the rearranged IPSAS 33, and we can link it with pathway to accruals. How do we move some of the application guidance, since now we don't have, as we heard from some of the constituents, we had little in the application guidance that's talking about the implementation phase. And that is what we are trying to articulate, the whole work that we are doing around.
Ross.
Yeah, so I would agree with your point, Todd, and I would say pathways to accrual is meant to address that preparation phase. It gives you the various things you need to think about in your project plan. I think there is a limit as a standard setter on how far the standard setter should go to addressing that. I don't think it's a standards issue. And if you go back to when the board approved IPSAS 33 at the first time, it was never intended to cover all aspects of your transition. But that period when you are ready to start preparing IPSAS financial statements and provide some limited exemptions over those first 3 years where you're moving to full accrual. So it was never meant to cover a full transition out period. And that is something that people consistently misunderstand. So it needs to be communicated better in the updated standard. But there's a limited value I think this board's going to add to that preparation phase above working with a partner to go back and continue to update pathways to accrual, further address problems that have been addressed here. So I just think it's important that that's not lost.
Yeah, and I think in coming out of this discussion, actually, as we progress through this, it's probably worthwhile actually board members having a look at what's in pathways to accrual, because it might well be that we as a board actually say to IFAC, who are the owners of pathways to accrual, actually, we think there is a need for a piece of work in a particular area that would actually help those implementing IPSAS, as they're on that journey. And I think, in writing pathways to accrual, it was very much the intention that it was a framework and that it would be added to in terms of examples and further guidance and so on over a period. So, it was intended that, that's the framework, but you can hang plenty of things on that. Mary, I wasn't sure, sorry, I missed your flag. I don't know if you were on an earlier part or whether you're on section 4.
Yes, my question is so simple. Section paragraph 4.2, there is IPSAS 33 does not cover the entire period of IPSAS implementation, and the entire period of IPSAS implementation is the preparation phase and the transition period. After the transition period, and each time frame has different difficulties made, I think. And so the paragraph 4.4a, the starting point for the first time adapters depend on the face with their previous accounting. It is one of the difficulty, and so I'm not sure about the 4.6. The flexibility that mentions the flexibility, and also the IPSAS 33 is the start point standard that represents the starting point for transition to accounting in accordance with clear-based IPSAS. And so it is not, I'm not sure what the meaning of the starting point and what the meaning of the entire period. And thank you.
Thanks, Murray. I don't know whether Abdullah, you want to comment on that. It does strike me that actually in the way that Sajida introduced it, that actually having that diagram in the project brief probably is quite helpful because it does make that point. Abdullah, I don't know if you want to come back on that.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. The diagram explained everything because before you start your conversion, there is a preparation period where you get your financial management issues sorted out. Then you started the conversion process, and that's the 3 years for implementation period. And that is what we were talking about. And the flexibility, we are talking about the 3 years period where you have waivers on certain items. But when we heard from that is a good flexibility, but from some of the constituents, they thought that was a bit confusing, and they thought because it was giving wrong indicators once they issue their transitional financial statements, because some of the items, specifically assets and liability, need to be in there. So that will add an issue for the credibility of the financial statement because the completeness they're using the way. I hope that answered your question.
Murray.
Yes, I'd like to have a clear statement about that. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so I think that's one action point, that we need to bring in the diagram and then we need to just tie it in. I don't think it's a major change, but I think that would actually help clarify what we're talking about here. Okay, Scott.
Thank you. I just have a question about clarity in the project brief. On 4-4A, which is where he was, it says it's not within the scope of this project to develop detailed practical guidance for first-time adoption. It's the second paragraph of 4A. But when you go to paragraph 4.7, it says it raises a question of whether we need to provide a limited amount of implementation guidance. I'm not really sure. Are we going to provide it or not? So there seem to be inconsistency between the two.
I think whether or not we provide implementation guidance is a question for the board. I mean, I think my personal view is that, I mean, picking up on Todd's point and Ross's point, I mean, bringing into a standard, into the authoritative text, any links to anything like pathways to accrual or the Pulsar documents, etc., is not on. But I don't think, subject to the board's views, I don't think there's anything wrong with us in our implementation guidance, the way we draft it these days in the form of a question and an answer. Is, the question is, well, where do I go to find out any helpful information? And then we can say, well, there are several published sources, maybe on the IFAC website or whatever. So that's the sort of implementation guidance that I think we would consider for the earlier preparation and planning stage. What we haven't yet considered as a group is whether or not there would be any implementation guidance that might be required for the parts of the migration that are covered by IPSAS 33. And we need to think about that.
Which might go to the points that were being raised in the Cameroonian presentation yesterday. Ross.
So I don't see any problem with putting in some limited implementation guidance that relates to applying this standard. And I think it's usually not controversial to develop. And I think the first one I would put in there, given problems over the years, is when's the appropriate time to apply IPSAS 33? And kind of spelling out at the end of after your preparation phase, when you're actually ready to start applying the standards, is the appropriate time, not at the very start. So that might be a way to properly get that communication point across in a relatively simple way.
Yeah. Okay. So then if we just progress through, we were on section 4. Then if we move on to section 5, section 6, section 7, section 8. David.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to note that following the discussion and presentation at the CAG yesterday, that Cameroon has agreed also to be a member of the task force. So thank you very much to Paul Samje from Cameroon.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's really important, getting that practical experience in there. And then section 9. So I think the main substantive change that we have is to include the diagram and then any limited consequentials, just in terms of making sure that the drafting does actually hang together with the diagram. Lucy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a belated comment. Perhaps paragraph 3.2 would be better presented under paragraph 2.1, where, because these are the criteria for selection of projects, and they do not, I mean, paragraph 3.2 is not really linked to the strategic objective. Thank you.
I can understand your point, but actually these are written in a rather formulaic way, which is why it is where it is. So unless that's a real concern, I'd suggest we actually just leave it where it is. That's the way we've done it. Okay, so with that, I just want to, obviously we didn't advertise to the board that we were going to ask for approval of the project brief, but for the reasons explained, the team have recommended that we do have a project brief. So subject to that change, would the board be content to approve the project brief? Just a question. Ross.
And on that, just to state, we don't normally do project briefs for these limited scope style projects, but we did think it'd be useful just to kind of make it clear for scope purposes that we've got a project plan and a limited scope project brief approved. So, and there's, for this type of limited change, we normally wouldn't require one, but we have done it in the past and we thought it would be good for this particular project.
So are members content that we move to approval on this? And we probably ought to just ask for a formal show of hands, Ross. So Ross, to you.
So if members are content to vote for the project brief, please raise your flags. And I note Kamira has raised her hand online, and I'm going to count in the room. I've got 18 for. So okay, should be no against or no abstentions.
Okay, thanks everyone. I think that's that's really good, and it's helpful to have that articulation as well. Ross.
Just a formal thank you from the staff also to Abdullah's team and Abdullah for leading on this. We didn't have the capacity the last few months to kind of get this moving. It was very helpful to have the great support from a jurisdiction that's just gone through using IPSAS 33 and some of the pain of using the standard practically and helping point that out. and getting this project moving through research and scoping so we could get to the point where we can actually look to make some of these changes to make it more useful. So formal thanks.
Thank you.
You are welcome. And actually, sometimes we work on this with enjoyment, because some of the pains that we are having, we don't want other jurisdictions to go through the same route. So we wanted to share what we went through with others.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's great that Cameroon will join the task force for exactly that reason. I think we're all on a journey here. And, the really great thing is the range of jurisdictions that are now working towards applying the standards. But actually, with that goes the responsibility of sharing experience, both good and not so good. Okay. So with that, we move on to item 5.3.2.
Yes, sure. Thank you for your recommendation and suggestion. And of course, we will make sure to take everything in consideration. Can we move to the next slide, please? Okay, in relation with IPSAS 33 development, in this slide, we are noting the decision and the action made following last meeting in September 2023, which is IPSAS 33 shall be rearranged by topic and non-authoritative guidance should be added. Next slide, please. Then I will go on to highlight the development of IPSAS 33, first-time adoption of accrual basis IPSAS, specifically agenda item 5.3.3. For IPSAS 33 development, staff recommended and referred by topic to 4 other guidance sources, which are IPSAS 33 alignment with IFRS 1, potential IPSAS standard, World Bank assessment framework, IFAC pathway to accrual. In most areas, these grouping align with those used in IFAC pathway to accrual tool. Next slide, please. Can we go next?
Yes, if you don't mind, Sajid.
Yeah, sure.
David, did you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out paper 5.3.2, which you got in front of you, I hope. Those board members who were around when Pathways to Accrual was being drafted may recall that the board had sight of the proposed groupings of standards at that time by topic. And so what this paper has done is actually used Pathways to Accrual groupings in the main. I mean, obviously there are 1 or 2 new standards, and we've changed in a couple of places the heading for the topics. So core accounting principles is what it's called in Pathways to Accrual, but we've changed it to accounting principles. And that's been aligned now. Well, we've looked across the World Bank OSAR framework, and also looking at the proposed IPSAS groupings to see where we align, so that anybody who's looking at any of the various publications ought to be able to read across and know where to look for things. So it's a fairly standardized groupings now, which we're proposing we should use in an updated IPSAS 33. Thank you.
And just to add that in informal conversations with both the World Bank and also with IFAC, that they are amenable to moving towards using the same groupings, so that from an implementation point of view, it's standard. Obviously, we don't have that control, if you like, over where the IPSAS groupings might go, if indeed there are IPSAS, but let's not go there. But in terms of those other 2 areas, the idea is that those who own those documents would be agreeable to moving towards that more standard approach to classification. Mike.
So thank you, Chair. Can I already comment on the grouping? I also suggest two slight changes reflecting that in the meantime, the IPSAS have reached a certain degree of maturity and completeness. The first one is on IPSAS 49, because the standards basically overrides IPSAS 1 in terms that it's a standard for specific entities, namely the retirement benefit plans. And so I would propose to put IPSAS 49 under the first topic, which is financial statements. And the second one is, why don't we take the opportunity to, let's say, group expenses or transfer expenses as a separate item, a little bit analog to IPSAS, because we have now that standard. And then that would bring us that we have the mirror to revenue, and we would have a mirror in non-financial liabilities and non-financial assets. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Maybe we need to let staff have a think about those in terms of, I can see the logic behind that. And I think indeed in the discussions that led up to this meeting, there were debates backwards and forwards about where things should sit. So I think particularly on IPSAS 49, I think that's a good point about where that potentially should sit, given its rather unique status. And then also about whether to separate expenses. Okay, so with those comments, are the board okay if we then move forward on those groupings? And obviously we see the first, oh, sorry, Patricia.
Thank you. I'm not sure about the classification IPSAS 36, because investment in associated joint ventures is a non-financial asset too, no? It's not about the accounting boundaries. I'm not sure what's the motivation to include in this group. And the name of the second group, accounting principles, and there are accounting principles in each IPSAS. I think maybe to think about the name. And leases as an expense in non-financial liability, leases, assets and liabilities are derived from the leases contract. And I think yeah, I agree with you, Mike, about IPSAS 49. True? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. I think noted, and you know, I think the points about accounting principles in particular does need to rethink on that. Some of the rest of it is actually a matter of taste in a sense. The original grouping back to pathways to accrual, I think, was actually really derived from trying to think in a logical way about how, if I'm actually thinking about implementing, certainly the first three categories are about the decisions that would shape my, you know, what would I put in, what the approach that I'm taking in terms of the accounting, and what would be included. And certainly on IPSAS 36, that's why that's posed for inclusion there, just simply because that would, you know, I agree with you, you could have that in non-financial assets, but actually that's probably where on a practical basis you'd think about it. And I think, you know, that category, which is expenses and non-financial liabilities, I think, you know, probably needs a bit further thinking about, just simply because of being in a double entry system. Ross, I don't know if you want to add.
A little bit, just because we did have lots of back and forth on this within the staff, and when we talk to different people, because it gets very kind of judgmental on which category is the right category. But ultimately, we needed to draw some lines somewhere and put things in categories to make it useful. On your point on IPSAS 36, IPSAS 36 kind of sits as a package with IPSAS 34 to IPSAS 38, has a strong link to IPSAS 37. So I agree with you, it is about investments in non-financial assets, but it's also about determining whether you actually have a joint arrangement or a joint venture, whether you have control. So it's kind of felt right to put it there, but we could probably spend 5 meetings going around and finding different ways to mix these up and categorize them. But we are trying to use a categorization system that's consistent with these other organizations so that we're starting to standardize in a way that people will start to be able to understand where our standards fit versus guidance that exists in other frameworks and areas where people are consistently looking at it. So
I think, I think there is the further thinking. You can see that, the draft EPSAS framework actually kind of proposes the split between expenses and what they call liabilities, although I think to Mike's point, that would be non-financial liabilities. So I think we need to have a further think about that just from a practicality point of view. And then I think there's that point about IPSAS 49 and where that sits as well. So if you're content, what I'd suggest is that we leave the task force and staff just to land those, recognizing that there are arguments in terms of placement. And as Ross said, I think in the initial discussions, there are about half a dozen different proposals on where things could go, probably between about 3 or 4 people. So, but subject to finalisation of that, then that would be the basis for the revised IPSAS 33. But we would also use that categorisation in terms of thinking about navigating IPSAS and using that as a way of, starting to develop that. Over you, Adrian.
Just for a short comment. Also, we could discuss endlessly the grouping. This is everybody understands that. But I believe, and everybody understands, that the only rationale for these groupings is to ease and guide the first-time adoption of a IPSAS framework. So the only question would be, if not, is it logical to put it in this group, but will it help to have it in this group? And the second would be, I would rather favor closer connection or link to the pulse grouping, because this could also be the first reference, mental reference for those who are thinking of adopting the IPSAS framework, as well as, of course, the IPSAS framework itself. But the World Bank proposal seems to me a good way to structure the grouping in view of what I was just saying, easing and guiding the first-time adoption of accrual or transition to accrual. So maybe this is a way to get rid of that question. Will it fall into that box or the other box? Who cares if it eases and guides the first-time adoption?
Well, I mean, I think, this is a matter of taste. I mean, all I can say is actually, in terms of the development of pathways to accrual, actually, the groupings, the thinking behind the groupings there came from a first-time implementation experience, in terms of implementing the UK consolidated accounts. And I know, basically, if you like, the thought process that I personally went through actually was consistent with this. So, I mean, I personally don't think there's any magic about the World Bank groupings, for example, because when I looked at that, I thought, well, actually, having done this, that's not the way I would approach it. That I think is why pathways to accrual ended up the way it did. So I think if it's okay, I would propose that we move forward on that basis, just simply because it did come through from a first-time implementation of consolidated accounts. Okay. So with that, we move on to 5.3.3. 3. Oh, sorry, instructions.
Yeah, sure. For the instruction and action following the September meeting, in September meeting, staff considered 5 options on way forward, each with advantages and disadvantages, to reach an improved version of IPSAS 33. Again, IPSAS board agreed to proceed with option 4, which is amend IPSAS 33 by remodeling and rearranging, and also non-authoritative guidance should be added. Subject to an instruction as mentioned here, which is to provide an illustration to demonstrate the arrangement of guidance in IPSAS 33 by topic and the addition of non-authoritative guidance to better support adopter and their transition effort. And the question is up to you, Chair. Does the IPSAS board agree that instruction from the September meeting have been implemented appropriately? If I could now turn it to you, Chair.
Thank you. Not seeing any flags raised on that, so I think we're fine with that.
Sure. Next slide, please. And finally, staff has reformatted IPSAS 33 to reflect the instruction given by IPSAS board. At this stage, with the exception of some deletion of duplicated materials, the text has not been materially changed from what is in IPSAS 33 now, although some suggested clarification have been incorporated, as shown in the markup. The IPSAS board is invited during discussion to provide any strategic direction to assist us in developing the exposure draft. And thank you all for listening. And this is our presentation for IPSAS 33 project.
So thank you, Sajid, for the presentation and also for the thought that's gone into this. I think that's very helpful. This is the first time that we've actually had a look at what all the discussions that we've had up until now might mean in terms of the balance of a material that's in the core standard, what might go in the application guidance. Scott has raised the point already that we need to come back to on implementation guidance. So I guess what we want to do is actually to really just walk through and get board members' initial comments and reactions to what's been, how the material has evolved and proposed, and what the proposed, approach actually is. David, did you want to say anything?
Yes, thank you, Ian. Just looking at what we've done with agenda paper 5.3.3, we've taken current IPSAS 33 and populated the table with it. For those of you who've been involved in some of the earlier projects, you'll be familiar with the table, the tabular format, so that we can put any notes in. Perhaps when things have been agreed, we can put in the references, so where material has come from. What we've done is to, as I say, to take what's in 33 now and rearrange it using the groupings that we looked at just now, and moving material between the core text and the application guidance in accordance with the sort of the new format of standards that we do. This is not a final proposal. There is still work that needs to be done. It was quite interesting in sort of when putting the application guidance material together, that it highlighted to me a point that was raised by the Cameroon presentation yesterday, is that you can quite easily see now why people get confused between what exemptions affect true and fair or fair presentation, and what exemptions don't. There's a lot of duplicative material floating around in 33. So I think there's a lot of room for clarification in the way the material's presented. Maybe some decisions that need to be taken on whether we sort of amalgamate some of it and put it into core text or whatever. But what we're not looking for today is detailed drafting. I don't want any editing comments because the task force has not yet met to consider this. So these are not recommendations. This is just doing what you asked us to do, and that is showing you what a revamped 33 could look like by grouping. And if you've got any strategic direction you want to give us, then we'll be pleased to receive it. Thanks, Ian.
Thanks, David. And I think it's very helpful, the table that you added at the back, which is actually shows the board where, material has come from and been moved to and so on. I think that's a very important. I mean, I suspect we'll need that anyway, in terms of constituents, but I think that's a very helpful control, if you like, over what's been done thus far. And I think what with that sort of caveat that what we're not looking for in drafting at the moment is maybe if we just go through page by page and really just pick up on, is there material there which in the, for example, in the core text, which members think belongs in application guidance or vice versa. That would be helpful for the task force. And then they will bring back firmer proposals for us to consider in the March meeting. Can I get any feedback on page 1 of 36? Yeah, Patricia.
It's not a suggestion, it's a question. In the paragraph 2, it indicates an entity shall apply this standard from the date on which a first adopter adopts accrual basis IPSAS. My question here is if you consider the different strategies that the country has performed or has, because some countries establish the to implement the IPSAS at a moment in its time, but other countries, it's like Brazil, is a gradualism in the implementation. Do you consider this difference?
Patricia, I don't know if I understood the question, but were you asking about if it's a big bang or it's doing it gradual? Is that the question?
Could you repeat, please?
Yeah, just if you can repeat the question, because for me, I understood it. You were asking if countries are doing a big bang transition at one time, all entities are doing it at the same time, or it's doing it gradual. Is that the question you are asking?
Yes, because in the case of the countries that use the gradualism as a strategy, what is the first moment the accrual accounting that use the accrual account? For example, in Brazil, in the last year or 2 years ago, I think the last year, we finished the conversions to the IPSAS, but now we have, but not the implementation. But now you have new IPSAS. They need to converge again. And how, in which moment that, for example, I can use the IPSAS for it?
IPSAS 33 is available only the first time that an entity or a jurisdiction moves from its previous basis of accounting to accrual basis IPSAS. It does not apply if you're already on IPSAS and then the IPSASB, which is a new standard. That new standard will tell you what your transitional arrangements are and your effective date. The date of adoption is the date on which you start to prepare IPSAS, accrual basis IPSAS accounts. Now, that might be you do it in one big bang, that you only do it take a year, or it could be the date that you do your first set of transitional statements.
So this feels like the first IG, actually, that we need something on this. But also, and I'll come back to you in a moment, Patricia, it does seem to me that one of the situations that you do see is where jurisdictions work their way through standards, you know, and so say do the first 10 IPSAS and then the next 10 IPSAS and so on. And I think we probably, you know, based on what you've just said there, David, I think until you've actually worked your way through all the standards, then you wouldn't be able. So I think we probably need to at least cover that situation. And again, I think that might be through IG. Patricia.
Connect with this issue. I consider the adopters when every IPSAS is in the model, in accounting model for accounting, for example, because we have some experience shared with us indicate some exceptions. In this case, IPSAS 33 is applicable too. It's my question. I don't know the answer, but it's some reflection because some experience indicate I apply IPSAS, but not this IPSAS or this other IPSAS.
I think that would be covered by that overall point that, you know, whether you take that gradual, you know, by block approach, or, you know, you say, right, okay, I'm going to do all of these, but I'm not going to do leases, for example, or whatever, then until you actually did leases, you would not be able to claim compliance with IPSAS. And I think we do need to make that point, because the challenge we had with this right back when we were writing the original standard is jurisdictions come through from so many different places, you know, national GAAP accrual basis, national GAAP cash basis to IPSAS accrual, and they go at different rates and different approaches and so on. So I think that's half the battle, actually, that whilst we had that in mind, what we haven't done is communicate that. And certainly if we can produce some IGs that actually answer the questions that you're quite rightly raising, that will help people, I think, going forwards. Okay, so I think we've accumulated at least 2 IGs there and possibly 3. Okay, so if we move on to page 2. Yeah, over here, Adrian.
Thanks, Chair. I have a question about the definition of first IPSAS financial statement. I was rather comfortable with the old wording, because be it during the transition period or after the first adoption of IPSAS framework, there are possible exemptions, provided that they do not affect the fair presentation of the financial statements. I think the link that was made in the previous wording between the fair presentation not affected by exemptions was stronger than the way it is now worded, because the way it's now worded seems to me a bit redundant. It says present transactions in compliance with the accrual basis IPSAS, and for which an entity can make an explicit statement of compliance. Now, if you have exemptions, that do not affect the fair presentation, they comply with the IPSAS framework. So I would keep the first part of the sentence, okay, fairly present transactions in compliance with the accrual basis IPSAS. And then I don't understand the reason for that issuance of a unreserved statement of compliance. I mean, we lose the connection between exemption and fair presentation in the end. In that wording.
Yeah. So maybe if that's something that, I mean, I agree for those reasons, it does need further consideration.
As I should just, that is incorrect. That's the wording in black is in current IPSAS 33. So, you know, it's one of the things that the task force will need to consider as to whether or not it's still appropriate, maybe. But that's what's there now.
I think probably the thing to do is actually to just have an offline discussion with Adrien in terms of how what's there, what was originally there versus what was proposed, how that fits with the points that he was quite properly making. So if we can take that away as an action. Okay. So if we then move on to page 3, is that okay, Adrien? Yeah, okay. So if you move on to page 3, any comments from members on the material there? Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. I'm not sure how useful it's going to be actually going through the rest. I mean, I think the key was to any sort of immediate reactions on placement of material from the board. So I'm taking from this that broadly we're content with the sort of approach that's being taken to moving a lot of the material out of the core text into AGs, so that the real length of the standard is in application guidance and that's based on groupings. So it allows those implementing to think about those groupings. Any other comments anybody wants to make on that? Adrien, I assume you're not still in. Okay. Any other, thoughts or comments in terms of the task force moving this forward for us during the next quarter? Because obviously we'll see a much more developed version back in March. Okay. Good. Well, I think thank you very much again, Abdullah, to you and your team and with support of David for the excellent work that you've done in getting us to this stage. I think your experience and the presentation yesterday really show why we need to do this, and I think also the sort of questions that Patricia was raising as well, which I think are very common, actually really show why we need to do this. Abdullah?
Nothing other than thank you, and definitely if there are any other comments, you are welcome to discuss it with us offline. And I can confirm Patricia's question being popped up a couple of times with us from with some entities within Saudi and other entities in different jurisdictions. When they wanted to start, they had exactly the same question. We're happy to take it away, and definitely we will try to start our task force meeting. We are shooting for something in January, and hopefully in March we will come back with some answers to some of the questions and takeaways from our discussions today. And definitely would want to thank Lynn. I guess we didn't have as much questions that people want to start the W network. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdullah. And I'm aware sitting here that I can see Helen sitting in the back row, who was very much involved in IPSAS implementation in the UN system. And I think it would be remiss of us if we didn't ask if we can draw on your services, because I know you have significant experience, shall we say. So if we can add that one person to the task force, if that's okay. Okay. So I think that gets us to the end of the agenda for today. I think we've had a good first day. So thank you very much, everyone, for your input. Thank you to staff and the various task forces for the work that has gone into today. Tomorrow, very much centre stage, is our first real day on sustainability reporting, although we do have a couple of other items, including the presentation on developments in Canada to look forward to. But I think, Ross, unless there's anything, so thank you very much. And Lynn, we've given you an extra half hour for your W group meeting. So thank you.
Just before everyone leaves, you can check the breakout groups for tomorrow. They're posted outside the room, and they'll be there all day tomorrow.